stream should automatically switch over to the new feed. So thank you guys for being here, and we'll see you guys on the flip side. Welcome back to the next stream if you guys are watching with us.
Yeah, stream 3, we made it. Oftentimes being in the place of being the runner, and I haven't been a crew that often. I haven't paced that often ever. The times that I have paced or crewed, it seems so much longer and so much more exhausting in some ways, because it's emotionally, mentally just kind of draining. And it's like one of those things where you go to the mall when you're a kid and it just absolutely saps all your energy. Even though you could go for a hike and feel less tired. So as a person that is like really worried about or excited about their runner, getting through this 100-mile race, we feel you. We're sitting here nervous and excited with you.
For sure. I know a lot of the runners' friends and families are tuning into this stream, and we're bringing you the best coverage we can. These are mountains, these are out there, so the fact that we have video streams from mile 65 is just incredible what we can do these days.
Yeah. It has gotten so much better where you have no idea. Now we have the GPS trackers and we have all the aid stations being able to instantaneously tell you when they come in and out with only a few mistakes here and there. That's pretty awesome. So we're here to reduce your stress, give you assurance that your runner's going to make it and have a great day, hopefully. And night. And morning.
And evening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeff Colt through Blink's cabin.
Surely he's there now. It's been almost... Okay, yeah. He's in and out in less than a minute. 9:55. What did we say? 10... For let's see. I gotta get back. Okay. Shivano, or no, Foos Creek, 10:42. Is that right? Foos Creek. Foos Creek is no. We're sorry. I'm looking at McKendry's records, not Jimmy's.
Getting there.
We just have too many tabs open, man. All right. Jimmy went through at 9, Shivano Blank's cabin, 10:13, and out at 10:17, so approximately 20 minutes ahead of course record pace. Again, 19 minutes ahead of course record pace, Jeff Colt at mile 83.1. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, and I can't talk enough about, what Jimmy did, at, the races, from, Bandera, he's been 5th. He, won the Y-East Trail Fest 50K, 14th at UTMB. He got 2nd that same year, 17:45 at Run Rabbit Run, which anything under 18 hours is absolutely nuts. And then again, he won San Juan Solstice last year and Wasatch. So Jeff is with an amazing ghost in 20 minutes almost in front of him. So yeah, Jeff's doing something pretty special. We're lucky to be able to be part of this and witness this. And the ladies are doing a similar kind of show here, huh?
Yep. So yeah, Jeff was through Blink's cabin in 15 minutes and 55. And then Jimmy's time from 2023 was 16 hours and 13 minutes. So
yeah,
about a 20-minute gap there.
Yeah. So that would put, if he kept that 20-minute lead, that would put him in at like 1:20 a.m.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
I'm going to pull up my time to see where I was at 16 hours into the race.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Things are just getting faster and faster, and it's pretty exciting, you know, and it's cool because these things, it's not like, Jeff's body is so much better than athletes 10 years ago. It's really about his approach, his fueling, his shoes, his equipment, and to be able to apply that to the back of the pack is available. Yep. You know, it's not something that you can't do. You know, and I think that's pretty awesome. And running is one of those things that Jeff didn't go to really, really expensive, Olympic development kind of camps as a kid or a teenager. You can apply these things and do it yourself, and I think that's fantastic in our sport. It's not necessarily a technique and skill thing as much as a fuel more, take care of yourself and take advantage of the new shoes and vests and things like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm seeing this year especially is even in these high mountain races, people are using cooling strategies. They're using ice bandanas. Yes. We saw it at Hard Rock. We saw it today at High Lonesome.
And it was just really like 3 or 4 years ago, almost nobody dunked themselves or got into ice baths, and myself included. And to think today on my run, just doing a couple 3-hour run, I stopped 2 or 3 times and got my hat and cooled myself off. And how good you feel and how much better your body is able to perform when you reduce your temperature by a couple degrees. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty awesome. So we could all take advantage of this. That's fun. Dylan Sinclair. Anyone know how Jimmy is doing at AC 100? No, I don't know. Maybe somebody is watching that. I've got way too many tabs to go check. So somebody could tell us, hopefully.
Yeah, one more tab and we might take down the live stream again.
Yeah, I would want to do that. I just get lost, too, in trying to talk for 5 or 6 hours. You can't overextend yourself or you get in trouble.
I got a somewhat personal question for myself, and I'm curious for you, Jason.
Yeah, let's hear it.
You have a 9-month-old?
Yes. Sunny.
My wife and I are expecting in October.
Oh, congratulations. A fellow fall baby, too. September 19th is Sunny's birthday. Oh, here we go. There's Addie Bracey coming through 64.9.
In 16
go,
hours.
Addie. Yeah, right at 10 o'clock here. So that would 64.9. So Rachel Intrican is through, Kareth Arnold is through, Rachel Limk is through, so 4th for Addie. she's continuing on, doing a great job. She didn't spend too much time here. She just walked through almost. Although we can't see that kind of dark corner over there. She might have been there for a little bit, but yeah. Go Addie.
Yeah, we were, right when the sun was setting, we were seeing her cresting over the head walls. So, a couple miles in between the last time we saw her. So, looked like she was moving well.
Yeah. Our 4th place female coming through. Purgatory, 65 miles.
Do you see some
okay,
people?
So October, baby.
Yes. I was a little bit of a sponsor shout out, but also curious. How do you continue to stay active with a baby? Do you use one of those Osprey child carriers?
Perfect. This sounds set up, man, but I just got the Paco LT, which Osprey makes. I actually talked to Rachel Drake and asked her what she uses for a child carrier. They kind of like the sling, just on your chest, but we were doing some backpacking, some longer distance kind of stuff, not just your afternoon kind of hike. And we got that. It's a super lightweight pack, the Paco. I think it's 5 pounds.
Wow.
And it's great. It has this kind of like a NASCAR racer. Your baby's in there with the shoulder straps and around the waist, and they're really secure in there. And like I said, it's like 5 pounds for the pack, and it has a great compartment on the bottom and a zipper top to put snacks and all that kind of stuff. Nice. But at the bottom, I can put a canteen in there. It's a big hollow area. So it's shout out to Osprey, who's also a Colorado brand. In the San Juans.
Yep.
Or yes, I guess that's kind of the San Juans. But yeah, like I mentioned earlier, they're making great products. They're really getting into the trail community. Appreciate that, and it's great to have a local brand, so to speak, doing great things and sponsoring events like High Lonesome. So you should get one.
Highly recommended.
Highly recommended. I think for short hikes and stuff and walks and going to the store or whatever.
Yeah.
A carrier on the front, just like a light sling is good. But yeah, if you're gonna go spend a day outside or multiple days, the Paco LT specifically is really, really, really good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely,
I had a good answer for that.
Yeah. Bringing a kid into this world, I'm like, I still want to be active. I still want to, go out there and explore. So thanks for the recommendation there.
Yeah. Yeah. And I have backpacked in Osprey packs in the past, and, bodies are different. But for me, and I feel like a good portion of people, particularly runners maybe, just have a upper body that Osprey really, really works well. Is really comfortable for me and for Whitney. She's the one who carries Sunny the most in these first few months of having this pack. And so she can wear it, I can wear it. And it's universal. It's pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
You guys didn't do a full soft rock with Sunny, did you?
I saw you guys this is a sad story. As a trail runner, you kind of have get out of touch of reality of backpacking sometimes, of how hard it is to just walk really long distance with a lot of stuff on your back. Yeah. And we were going to take 6 days to do soft rock.
Oh, wow.
Whitney was 6 that saw hard rock a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. I've done hard rock twice and done pretty well. We lived there, and we were like, no problem. 6 days. We had everything planned out. We were going to start close to Lake City in Sherman, and stay. We had a campsite in Telluride. We had a campsite in Ouray, in Silverton, and all this kind of stuff. And less than 20 miles a day, no problem, right?
Yeah.
Carrying that much stuff, and Felix was with us, my 14-year-old son. Oh, here we go. Who's coming through here? Monarch Pass, 67.7. Okay. Male runner, white and black 2. 29. Number 29.
Daniel Crespo from Leadville, Colorado.
All right. Somewhat local. Doing great. Yeah, good job, Daniel. He's 8th male overall from Leadville. That's great. Jason Murphy is another local that's up in the front. Not sure where he is at the race right now, but yeah.
Looks like another one of our friends is also at Monarch. Luke J. checked in there at 9:57 p.m. I'm not sure if that's him.
You can see the lower left corner. It's 52 degrees in Buenos Aires. Up at 10, 12,000 feet. It's not exactly hot. But Daniel's also living at 10,000 feet. He's probably staying pretty warm. But so to finish the story, we went over handies. So Sonny at 9 months old did a 14er. We got down to Animas Forks, camped. A friend was there. And we decided after finishing after sunset on our first day that we would just loop back around over Cinnamon Pass, go home and relax. It was just too much. It was going to be like, there's 8,000 foot days on that, 6-day soft rock. And so, yeah. Lot of respect for fast packing. We weren't fast packing. We definitely had 30, 40 pounds on our backs. But walking is so damn slow. So, yeah. I skied the hard rock. I ran the hard rock, but I failed at soft rock.
I've never known about the ski the hard rock.
Yeah, 2016 in March, me and 3 other pro skiers, 2 guys were on the U.S. ski mountaineering team, made it in 4 days, camping one night, staying in hotels in Telluride and Ouray. And since then, nobody's done it. It was miserable. It was way harder than running, just like backpacking is. And I hope to never have to do that again.
Did you climb out of Ouray on that sketchy trail, or did you ski down that?
We skied down Bear Creek.
Okay.
We climbed at night with crampons and ice axes across waterfalls that covered the trail, making it vertical. Ice and snow. We skied, like I said, I didn't say this, 3 15-hour days and 1 8-hour day. 1 8-hour day is going from Ouray to Telluride. The short 15 miles or whatever. Wow. But Scott Simmons, whose son is doing the Tour de France right now, also a pro cyclist for a while, and U.S. ski mountaineering pro. And then Paul Hamilton, who is a pro trail runner and on the ski mountaineering team, used to run for Altra. And then another pro skier from Salt Lake City to do the filming.
Wow. There's a film out there about this?
Yeah. Ski the Hard Rock. Ski the Hard Rock 100. It's free. Check it out. It's not exactly Netflix quality, but it's if you're really into hard rock, you would probably appreciate it. And it's like I said, I hope to never have to do anything like that again. 15-hour days in the winter, and in ski boots. To not have avalanches take us out, to go across all of those aspects. We had rope for it. We had crampons and ice axes. It was brutal. So somebody should do. No, actually, nobody should do the High Lonesome 100 mile because the Sawatch just doesn't hold snow like the San Juans do. It's too windy. But the one group of people tried to do the Nolan's 14, the DeReyes brothers from Salt Lake. They showed up, and on the first 6 hours they quit.
Wow!
But just the snow's never consistent enough to ski these Sawatch mountains. All right, so yeah,
that's Kareth.
No, that's another male.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so probably 9th. Ninth guy is in the 8th station at Monarch at 67.7. Yeah, you can see these guys are pretty urgently doing stuff. Daniel seems to be putting on pants, so you can. It's a cold place to be running at the middle of the night.
Chris Andrews has a great comment here in the chat. You said you did hard POW.
Miserable rock maybe is another one. Much more difficult than hard. The days are so damn short. It was, and it's not. There's no. We stayed true to the course almost down to the mile, but we didn't use technology. We used maps and our understanding of the mountains, because Scott Simmons is from Durango and is skied a lot in the San Juans, and we did get lost once and get in an argument, and there was some yelling involved, but only once. And skiing off Engineer Pass at sunset, it's just scary. And going, yeah, you can imagine if you've done any of the hard rock, that skiing it would be quite overwhelming. But I've skied my whole life. I haven't run my whole life, and so pretty comfortable on the skis. We were in Skimo skin suits. We were in super lightweight boots. Ski racing, Skimo skis that are 165 centimeters long. Yeah.
Wow.
So that's.
Did you compete Skimo?
I did a few races, but made the U.S. national team, went to nationals, did Pierre Menta, one of the most prestigious ski mountain multiple day races. Oh my gosh, okay. Sounds like Ryan Sullivan dropped. He looked pretty rough, when he came into those last aid stations where we could actually see him. And to all of a sudden get gapped by 20 some minutes. And he just 4 weeks ago ran San Juan Solstice, running the 4th or 5th fastest time ever. Yeah, it's sad to see him drop, but he's already had a heck of a year. He was second at JFK.
Last year.
Running a historic sub-6 race. So yeah, it's sad to see Ryan out. But maybe the other Ryan from Rocky Mountain Runners will maybe give Jeff a little bit of a race. And Jason Murphy is sitting at Purgatory, sounds like. Salida local.
Definitely spent a lot of time on these trails.
Yeah. It's a blessing and a curse a little bit. When you know exactly what you're in for, sometimes that's daunting. When you don't know, sometimes you just take it step by step a little easier.
Looks like we also have Jeff through Blank's Cabin at 9:55. So yeah.
No, we had that before. Yeah, that's the 18 minutes or 19 minutes ahead of course record. We won't see Jeff again for almost 10 miles.
Yep.
So that's
at this.
Wish
this
him
late.
the best. Go Jeff. Yeah. It's kind of nice too that we have these long gaps. It kind of keeps the mystery.
For sure.
Not fun to follow if you're Jeff's brother or partner or something like that. Yeah, go Stephanie Manti. Rachel Limk. Looks like she has... It shows that she has not left Monarch Pass, but I have a feeling that she has. She got in at 9:41. That's been 40 minutes ago.
Eileen Bloom in the chat, shouting out Sam Delgado. He's a coworker with me actually at BP Runco. First 100 miler, currently sitting in 16th place.
That's a tough first. Yeah.
Doing awesome.
Yeah. Yep. So we've got 10 people in and out of Monarch Pass, 67.7.
I know we shouted out 7,000 Foot Running Company earlier today, but let's just hear in the chat, what are some of your favorite local running stores that you guys frequent, where you're from? Give some shout outs here.
Yeah. I know I love Durango Running Company. You know, Brett, Sublet, he's the course director for Hard Rock. The guy does so much for our community. You know, Kyle Curtin, Hard Rock finisher, just last week or whatever, works there too. And yeah, it's a good community. It's a good store. We've got great events. Tara Dower comes out to it. Sarah O, you know, super Cocodona lady. Also Kyle's partner. It's fun. It's really good. We just had I think it was 4th of July. We had an all-American beer mile, which includes eating a hot dog and pounding a beer every quarter mile. And it's like a quarter. I think the time that I've seen it was you run a quarter mile around the store. And the store is kind of the aid station, and I've never done the all-American hot dog whatever mile, but it's those kind of fun events that are pretty awesome. And it's not all about boozing. There's always great stuff, and they have great races. They have great Wednesday trail runs. If you're ever in Durango, go out to the Durango Running. Yeah. You can take advantage of a great group of people doing some fun trails around Durango, which we have a lot of. So I'm starting on talking about good local stores.
Yeah. Looks like we're getting a couple of shout outs for Fartlick's in Wichita, Kansas.
Nice.
I hope that's a running store.
Nice.
Summit Hut in Tucson, Arizona.
Yeah.
Breakaway Running in Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I'd love to go visit these places.
Of course, Rogue Valley Runners out in Oregon.
Yes, Hal Corner. Glad to hear that Sarah's doing well at Ouray 100. Yes, BP Run Co.
Bryn Mawr Running Company and Philly Running Co. Looks like Sarah O's crushing Ouray 100 right now.
Yeah. 43,000 feet of vert and a 100-miler. Quite intimidating.
Thank you all for being here. I know it's getting late. Hopefully you're just winding down and enjoying the live stream here.
Yeah, the live stream is showing basically kind of what our runners are seeing. You know, it's a dark time. Just getting through step by step. And we'll help you pass the time as you follow some of your favorite runners or family or friends doing this incredibly challenging 100-miler in the beautiful mountains of Colorado.
Shout out for Shoes and Brews from Longmont.
I had a couple high school, college, summer kind of jobs, and one of them was at Runner's Roost in Colorado Springs. And, just, I remember working there, and it just, just all day talking to people and like helping them find the right shoe. It's both very rewarding and exhausting. It's working at a specialty run store it's tough work, kind of. It's also very fun and rewarding to be able to help people get out. Like we were talking about earlier on this live stream, the more people playing on the trails, adventuring, getting outside, the better. Rather that's running on the bike path, in Denver or, Tennessee or Longmont or whatever, or somewhere beautiful like Buena Vista or Salida for 7,000 feet running company.
JD Roach in the chat is saying he's going to be working at the Monarch aid station. So thank you. Thank you for putting in that work to help all these runners.
Yeah. I used to think that working an aid station through the night was something I'd never, ever want to do. And then I volunteered at Spring Creek or Spring Fall, whatever, and Run Rabbit Run all-nighter. And it was, I think I cried twice. I remember Stephanie Howe coming through and just breaking down and saying that she doesn't think she can continue because her knee, and just like helping people get through the night is something that's, so much different than just like, staying up all night when you're a kid watching TV or video games or, working a night shift at, 7-Eleven or something.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
It's such a cool sport. I mean, when I ran Western a couple weeks ago at Quarry Road Aid Station, there was Hal Corner. There was Scott Jurek.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming they were there all night because I got there pretty early in the morning. But, legends of the sport, 7-time winners of Western States, showing up and helping. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's magical. And then, for some Burning River, 100 Mile in Ohio or something where these people aren't there, there's local awesome legends in every state, in every trail community, and learning and hearing the stories of these people that have been running for decades or doing incredible things. I think it's almost always inspirational. All right, 13th male, Samuel Delgado.
I think that's him 65. In the chair right there on the right.
Yeah. I can see a little bit of a long hair bun.
Yeah.
There's those green dragon skin pants too. Looks like Jenna Binsko is F5 now.
Dropped though.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's Sam's pacer, right there next to him.
Okay.
Courtney Coppinger is pacing him.
Oh, great.
She's on the World's team. I can't remember exactly what distance she's running, but I know she just recently got into the Trail Worlds, which happens in Spain in a couple months from now. I believe that's Courtney. I'm not totally sure, but looks like her.
All right, let's check on Rachel Intrican through Foos Creek. I will go and compare her Foos Creek compared to McKendree Foos Creek was 10:43. So if she went through already, it's 10:29. So 14 minutes. So a little bit closer, 4 or 5 minutes different. But like I said, it's not super linear. You don't know exactly when a racer's high or low, or they're fast or slow, or periods, weather, rolling an ankle. There's all kinds of things that happen, but still ahead of course record pace by quite a bit. 15 minutes in this 8th edition of High Lonesome 100 Mile. So Rachel Interkin is doing great, ahead of course record still. Yeah, Andrew has a good question in the chat. It's not a dumb question at all. Just down the street at Leadville, your pacer can carry your water, your gear, your gels, and that's all good. But that's about the only run that I know of that you can do that. That's called muling. At almost every other race, you can't carry things or give things or hold equipment. Does it happen? I mean, if somebody's ran out of gels or forgot their gels and the pacer has an extra one, there's probably not like some sirens that go off when you hand it over, but especially if it's not in the front of the race. But yeah. To the spirit of the adventure, the race, the trail experience of racing the 100 mile, pacers don't carry stuff for you.
Yeah. Part of the spirit of the sport is, especially, where I'm running in most of these races, is you're looking out for people. So if you see somebody on the side of the trail, I'm always going to ask them, like, hey, how are you doing? Is there anything you need?
Yeah.
Let's say they're, low on salt and I have salt pills. Here's a salt pill.
Yeah.
For me, I don't feel bad. I don't feel like they should feel bad about, that situation where I'm helping somebody in need, especially if it means safety.
Yeah, safety for sure too. I've seen, even at the front of races before where, somebody dropped their spare headlamp battery or something like that, and they're at an aid station. You're not supposed to have crew. There's no drop bag, and somebody gives them a headlamp.
Yeah.
that kind of stuff happens, but it's you do almost everything you can to be self-sufficient. All right, he's out.
Yep.
Samuel's headed out at 65 miles. 16:32 elapsed.
All of this is uncharted territory for him. He's done some 100Ks, but we'll see how the last couple miles here. Well, a lot of miles. 45 miles, 35 miles, but
yeah.
Keep going.
Okay, we had a question on Rachel Intrikin's past as far as how many 100 miles she's done. Just looking up Ultra Sign Up, she's been running since she was 19 years old on Ultra Sign Up, and I see that she had a 12-hour race when she was in 2014. Another 12-hour race in 2016, 12-hour race in 2016, another 12-hour race in 2016. So she's done a lot over, the last decade, a lot of 12-hour races. Looks like she's really into those. And then I'm trying to see her first 100-miler, plain endurance runs in Washington, 100K. 2017. I didn't realize how long she had been running, but saw a 24-hour race back in 2018. So yeah. Then I'm Tough. She did I'm Tough in 2019. It looks like her first 100-mile possibly. So yeah, she does have experience, and then you can scroll for another 20 results.
I know Chris Warden in the chat, earlier today mentioned, she's had a long streak of winning races.
Yeah.
I don't know exact number of months, years, but she's on a great trajectory right now.
Yeah.
Those back-to-back wins at Cocodona, it's just incredible.
Yeah. Her body is trained, and oftentimes when you just look from the outside and see that she's doing Cocodona, she's doing High Lonesome, and she wants to do Mammoth or Plain, you think, is this another athlete that's doing too much too soon and is going to get injured or burn out? But needless to say, as we just discussed, for the last decade, Rachel Intrican has been doing these ultras, and so I hope and I think and I believe that she's being wise and kind of like Courtney does, can do some of these things that a lot of even professional athletes can't, and maybe she's one of those special people, or I think she is.
If anybody knows who this is on the screen with the white pack going to sit down in the chair, definitely let us know. This is Purgatory. I'll see if I can figure it out in the splits.
I guess at least.
Robert Panis. He was right behind. Nope, he's already through.
I think it does get lonesome in the dark at High Lonesome, but luckily you can have pacers for a good portion of the dark, so that helps out. But running in the wilderness, that's part of the experience. That 100-mile is to just go out there and do something that almost nobody runs a 100-miler, but running through the night is something that is 2025 humans we don't have to do too often, and that's part of the experience, that grittiness that kind of makes you have a life experience. I think that's a cool part of it. It's scary, it's tough.
Yep. You can see this pacer just brought some probably warm drink to his runner just to keep him fueled up.
Yeah, Luke Johnson said I couldn't walk it either. Walking it would be much harder. It's just like the backpacking or skiing kind of, comparison. When you run and you just have that little light vest, it's just so much more efficient, and it's you're not out there as long. Yeah, just getting through the night, that conversation and that kind of approach, you have to have some mental strength and tactics, to get through the fact that, hey, it's 10:30 and I'm tired. I've run, 30, 50, 70, 80 miles. How am I mentally going to get through, and have a partner like we just saw clap, cheer, talk to you, and if you're by yourself, start to have the mental fortitude to be able to digest, to take one step at a time, to continue on, to not get overwhelmed with, holy shit, I've got 30 miles, holy shit, I got 50 miles, oh my god, it's not going to be light for another 10 hours, or those kind of things. You've got to do that mental gymnastics. and it, when you learn how to do these mental gymnastics, it can oftentimes put life into a perspective or a lens that makes things a little bit easier.
For sure.
I feel like, and that's one of the advantages of being a 100-mile finisher.
Yeah. Yeah, especially that, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, that witching hour. I don't make the best decisions at that time. So sometimes it's nice to have that pacer, that crew member just like, dude, you're all right. You just got to keep moving. You're ahead of cutoffs. Drink this soup and keep moving.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember, in my career 8-9 years ago, thinking, how did I get back to this? This is like a nightmare. Like, why did I sign up for this again? I hated it, and I truly was, despised the overwhelming mental challenge of taking on this adventure and thinking, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
And, it took a number of years to the point where, in the last 2 or 3 years, I don't think that. I don't feel that way anymore. Even when it's really hard, even when I'm puking at Hard Rock last year in the middle of the night and not able to eat or drink, I don't go back to this was stupid. I shouldn't have, why do I even, I should just quit, Yep. It's when some people, never get to that state. And I feel very grateful. And I know a lot of these people, rather you're the last finisher or the first finisher, to be able to get to the point where you can do these hard things. Man, that's a special deal. And you probably have friends that that they're always positive and get through. Do that. All right, Addie. All right.
Is that Addie?
Yep, I think so. She had blue shorts on.
Yeah.
Addie has blue shorts on. I'm not sure who this is.
If anybody in the chat knows who this is, definitely give us a shout out.
Is it maybe Cecilia from Leadville? Unless Addie yeah, unless she had a outfit change here.
Yeah.
And she has blonde hair, looks like that person. Addie is dark brown hair, I think.
Have you found a headlamp that you like that gets you through a full night? Or do you always change batteries midway through the night?
Change batteries. I've Nightcore. I can't remember the other brand that I have that. Yeah. My biggest thing with headlamps is it typically lasts 5 to 7 hours, depending on the temperature. I think that's one of the biggest factors that a lot of people don't think about when they get a headlamp is that, yes, it says whatever hours, but if you're running through the night and you're doing mountain races, High Lonesome included, they don't last nearly as long in the cold. So I almost always, plan on 5 hours, 6 hours max for switch, maybe even less. But that kind of still holds true unless you really dim it down. But the biggest thing for me for headlamps is getting one that doesn't give me a headache. Like for me, the Petzl NAO just hurt my head. Just give me a headache, and I would just you don't want a headache or making your head hurt when you're running through the night. So finding one that, I just like the simple strap around the head, like a headband. The stuff on the top and the weird kind of contraptions around, just I can't get it to fit well. Yeah. How about you? What's yours favorite?
Right now I'm using a black diamond that has like an external battery pack that I just shove in my backpack. So the battery isn't weighing on my head.
Yes, exactly.
And then I I actually have ran through 2 nights with it without battery issues at UTMB.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
that's my go-to for
the external
long
big
night.
Monster one. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm worried about, like, my shoelaces weighing too much. Oftentimes, so having the one that's the size of a kind of a fat AA battery or something, is what I'm usually after.
Part of the required gear for the divide section, Cottonwood to Monarch, they have to have 2 light sources. They have to have a primary source and then a backup.
See, I have the Petzl E light that's like the size of like a chapstick, or not a chapstick, but like a squirrel's nut butter thing. Those little tins don't even take the heads part, the actual strap. But yeah, that's my second source.
Yeah,
but that's just counting grams a lot of times. So the big external just doesn't. It's not my jam. But yeah, like I said earlier, the lithium ion and the LED technology just keeps getting so good. Faster, lighter, brighter.
Another one of the required gear is pants. And it says, you can bring tights, running pants, waterproof pants, leggings for this. It's saying these are my pants.
No, if I didn't do that. And I honestly use UD, their super light waterproof pant. And it's like the size of a... Gosh, I'm having a hard time. It's like the size of a 2/3 of a cell phone for length and same width, with like an inch and a half thick, and I could put that in my pocket, my jeans pocket.
Yeah.
It's that small, and super light. But yeah, there's a number of brands that make those pants and coats that are waterproof now, and the size of a Coke can.
Yeah,
I think that's a good way to describe the size. Both coat and pants. And get that.
Wow.
Yeah, I've always been, that's one thing I'll as a sponsored athlete, I get most of my stuff free. But if there's something that's a little bit smaller or better, an ounce or 2 on your back for 40 hours, for 20 hours is a big deal. Yeah. Yeah, but it's... Yeah, High Lonesome's require. There was something that somebody said on the chat. It was like un-American or something to have required equipment. With the tragedy of those athletes, one of which I knew in China that died due to exposure. There's different mountain ranges that have different severity, and to the defense of Europeans, race directors, UTMB, etc. It can snow almost any time in the high alpine, above 2,000 meters and stuff, and the Alps are different. There are huge glaciers everywhere. You absolutely should have mandatory equipment for 100 miles in Europe. Even coming from the back old school days of not wanting to carry anything and not wear a t-shirt through the night, it's a good idea, and I think it is too for High Lonesome and for races like this, because you get stuck in a weird spot in this kind of darkness, and it starts raining. You can truly die. Yep. And things can go bad. It just hypothermia, and stumbling around, getting lost. Even if it's just like a quarter mile off the trail somehow. That delirium that you can experience in 100 mile, it makes sense to me, and I support it. I think that's it's a good idea.
Yeah.
And if everybody does it, then everybody has to carry that weight.
Yep. You look at hard rock. No required gear, right?
Yeah.
But people that are doing that race have been applying for a number of years. They've done a number of hard rock qualifiers.
Yeah.
They're not going to do anything ridiculous. hopefully not in the mountains. They know how to take care of themselves. They're not rookies at going out and running.
The experience level is definitely higher, but there's a lot of people that are older that could get in the situation of being really, really cold and make a big mess. Maybe they wouldn't die. Maybe they would have somebody else go and get help. But, geez, just to have a little coat or something.
Totally.
Was I carrying a coat? No, but I can see how it's. I just try not to think about it.
Yeah.
But when I do think about it, it makes sense. Like High Lonesome's mandatory equipment.
Yep. Yeah, especially in high altitude mountains. Like there's so many small climate changes that can happen that can definitely knock you off.
Okay, check this out. Ryan Smith, second place male, is out of Blanks Canyon at 10:44. So that is 50 minutes behind Jeff.
Yep.
A testament to Jeff's amazing pace. And wow. This is incredible. What he's doing here, to get 15 minutes ahead of course record pace in the second half of the race, on a historic run that Jimmy did a couple years ago, is pretty incredible. And it's looking like nobody else in the field can keep that kind of pace, obviously.
Yeah, it looks like.
And Rachel's, moved. She's in fourth place, and she's 15 minutes ahead of course record of McKendry.
Yep. Ryan Smith is 30 minutes ahead of his previous record right now at
Congrats
High Lonesome,
to him.
So yeah,
it's not that 41 minutes behind Jeff. That doesn't mean he's sucking it up.
Nope, he's doing great.
Ryan's having a fantastic time. Jeff's just having kind of like a. Like Ludo last year at Hard Rock or something, is doing something that's magical.
Yep.
What a cool thing for us to be able to witness this. Granted, he still has 16.9 miles to go an hour ago, so we still got, anything can happen.
Yep.
Hopefully only great things.
Yeah, testament to, Ryan running so smooth. 2022 when he won this race, great run, and he's running faster than that 3 years later. So
at 46 years old.
What's going on? How are we getting faster as we get older?
It's the fueling, it's the training. The training used to be time on feet. It used to be just get out there and do as much vert as you possibly can. And, there's a small place for that, but it is not the training strategy that gets you there fastest. It can be really fun to do that, but it's definitely, doing heat training, doing uphill treadmill, doing the alt stuff, doing protein shakes after every run, not starving yourself and, doing 100 grams or 80 or 70 or whatever, more than double what we used to do 10 years ago. That's making, I know for me and athletes that I know, just like you're not depleted all the time.
Yeah.
And you used to champion and relish the fact that we would be super worn out, underweight and unhealthy, and chalk it up as a win, and I'm glad that stupidity is over.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Ryan Smith is making improvements, closer to 50 years old than 40.
Yeah.
That's my guess. I don't know exactly what Ryan Smith is doing. Maybe he's out, but I doubt it.
Yeah. Just incredible.
Yeah.
Something to look up to admire and to strive for, regardless of where you're at, in your own journey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's exciting too that it's applicable, like we said earlier, to everybody. It's not just that Jeff Colt is just the most freakish alien. It's because Jeff Colt is doing all these little things that are big things when you put it together. I'm curious what the toe tickler is.
No idea. We can look at split times to Fusis for Rachel and Kareth now. Both of them are under the previous course record of McKendry. McKendry ran to Fusis in 16 hours 42 minutes, and Rachel Entrekin ran it in 16 hours 24. Kareth Arnold ran it in 16:38. So both of them still under McKendry's course record.
Great job, Rachel and Kareth. Rachel Entrekin.
Yeah, we really just want course records on both sides.
Yes.
So that
we won it all.
Yeah. Caleb, the race director, has to get a tattoo afterwards.
Yeah.
And his spouse gets to choose where he puts the tattoo.
Oh wow.
So
does Caleb get to choose what it is, or does his partner get to choose that too?
I don't remember. But either way, we need those course records.
Yeah.
Kelsey, his partner, I think she said she gets to choose where. He probably gets to choose what it is, but they're giving tattoos at the finish line. I'm not sure if you saw that. So
okay,
they have a bunch of designs for High Lonesome.
This is a thing for a while, like the rut. They and it was like they were there. I don't know if there's. I think there was just you had to get the rut tattoo.
Yep.
And they were giving. I was there, one year that they were booked the whole time.
Yeah.
Just cool. Yeah. Like we've been speaking for the last 3-4 hours. This is a special experience, and gosh, people get tattoos of stupid stuff all the time. This is a little bit less stupid, I think.
Aid Station Molly really wants to know where this tattoo is going to be going. And she also mentioned that, earlier you saying you were a sponsored athlete.
Yeah.
You should give away some of your stuff. Matter of fact, Jason probably doesn't remember this, but a long time ago he had a story on his Instagram, and it was like some contest. And it was, I won one of your Ultimate Direction packs. You sent it to me like 5 years ago.
Fantastic.
So he does give away his stuff.
Yeah, that White Elephant parties for the Durango Running Club. Sean Meisner used to throw a party, who's a race director in Oregon, who lives in, I think, on the western slope. I'm getting a little bit tired. But I would go to these parties, and I would have a lot of stuff, and it just kind of collects a bit. Being a professional athlete since 2010 or whatever, I would bring not Pinty and packs and all this stuff, and give away like $1,500, $2,000 worth of stuff. But yeah, I don't have any brand new free Nordas to give out, but I do have Ultimate Direction stuff. Come visit me. Come by the cabin. I might give you something.
Have we got word in the chat on who this is at Monarch with the tealish shorts? white. Is that Addie?
Yes, that's Addie. I see her blue shorts. Okay, so she's pretty close to the female. Did we figure out who that was? I think my guess was
let's see,
because Addie was close to Cecilia Williams, or was it Rachel Limke?
This might be Rachel.
That was
Limke.
in before her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Rachel Limke is in the aid station. And then obviously Addie's in the aid station. We can see her. So they're pretty close to each other regardless. 4th and 5th, F4 and F5. Doing a great job. 33 miles to go. It's 17 hours. Fantastic racing.
So yeah, we'll see which one of them get out of the aid station first. Between Rachel Lemke and Addie Bracey.
I think Rachel, she went out of the frame at least.
Hmm.
She could be sitting in there.
See another one of our presenting sponsors there, their tent, Altra. Thank you for their support, this coverage. They have a shoe here in the studio that they're showing off, the
Olympus
275. Got a nice matrix upper, Vibram outsole, good cushion, and a little gator around the ankle, so
Yeah.
looks like a solid shoe.
You know, looking back at Jimmy's splits, you know, he Blank's cabin, he left at 10:17, and you know, Raspberry 2, you know, mile 92, 9 miles or about 10 miles, you know, took 2 hours. It'll be interesting to see. You know, I'm not familiar enough with the course, or you know, you're looking just at the profile and listening to, you know, your experience, that 10 miles in 2 hours is a little bit slow. It granted is the last, you know, 15, 20 miles of the race, but there's opportunity there. You know, that Colorado Trail, I think that if Jeffrey's having a golden day, maybe he could really cut some time off there and maybe get closer to that, you know, 19-hour time. 1 a.m. finish. So we're halfway between that split. Right now it's 11:03, so we'll see. I was really bummed that Alex Nichols wasn't able to race this. He's one of my heroes. Superstar coach. You know, Colorado College always has prioritized speed, which I've been a big fan of in mountain running. You know, he's done some absolutely incredible things. It would be awesome to be able to see him come back, but he's only 40, so.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Alex that has every month he summits Pikes Peak.
Yeah, quite a streak. That's pretty fun.
Did you know him when you lived in Colorado Springs, or was he not
I
there
didn't
then?
know him. I was a strictly road guy when I was in Colorado Springs. I didn't get into trail until I moved to Boulder in 2000. 2010. Or I moved there in 2009, but I got into the Trail Ultra in 2010, running North Face, San Francisco. Yeah, you can see the pacer back there in the shot here. Is that Addie's?
Not sure. Anton is not on the commentary. Just clear.
Anton?
Yeah, somebody wanted to know if Anton was in the commentary. Neither of us are Anton. This is Kevin Wheat from Denver, Colorado area.
Yeah. Speaking of Boulder, that's that was a big influence on me and everybody that was running back in 2010, 12, and on. I'm kind of curious. I don't keep up with Tony really too much, but wonder if he's getting ready for UTMB, how that's going.
Yeah, qualified last year at Grindstone.
Yeah, the wonderful Grindstone. It's an appropriate name.
Tough race.
When I ran, it was Carl Meltzer that won. I think I was third place.
Wow. Another legend.
Yeah, I saw him at Hard Rock. He's a San Juan
local now.
Yeah. He's over by Ridgeway. Yeah, these are the tough miles, the tough times. It's tough to commentate too, just looking in the dark here and talking about whatever. So yeah, we're doing our best.
Bunch of moss on the windows, just trying to get in because we have a lit studio. But
yeah. But as you can see with the open splits here, it's it's natural to start slowing down. You've been out all day long and it's dark now, and you're not just flying through the aid station so much anymore. No more drone pictures and no more But hey, I believe earlier we saw that the moonrise is coming soon. I think 11:24 somebody said. So maybe the runners, at least, I'm not going to see the moon here in the studio, I don't think, but the runners get to look forward to something special happening, because nothing special is going to happen until like 5. So we can do it. We can get through this. If you're on the chat, help us.
Yeah. Shout out where you guys are watching from.
Yeah.
Just curious where everyone's coming from.
Yeah, the female race is pretty exciting. I mean, it is very close. There's some jockeying. Addie was in the aid station with what's her name? I mean, it's going well. It's an exciting race.
I will say we have a great atmosphere here at the studio. Lots of cameras, lots of whiskey, lots of gels, and some shoes. So
with the massive amount of equipment, it's probably 75 in here. I don't know if it's partly because we had to just nonstop talk, but
it's pretty warm.
Yeah, there's a lot of action electronically. Yeah, I'm kind of almost sweating here.
Yeah. But yeah, huge shout out to Mountain Outpost for this. It's really cool.
And this cabin has 2 really nice green kind of ferny trees, which is kind of counterbalances all the electronic stuff.
Getting some people coming in on the chat. Silverton, Colorado.
Alamosa. Oh, yeah.
Apopka, Florida. Never even heard of that place, but Pueblo, Colorado. Montrose. Is that how you pronounce it? Montrose?
Montrose. Montrose. Yeah, that's the kind of the western state gateway to the West Elks and Crested Butte.
Fort Lewis, Washington. Colorado Springs.
Nice. Nevada. That's great. Florida. How did we miss that one? That's really late in Florida. Awesome job, Samantha, staying up and following whoever you're following. You should let us know. Silverton, Caden, and Oregon, the UK. That's great. Kansas. There's
Vic.
a lot of good places here. Thank you for following, and we're doing our best, trying to keep you entertained and cover the periods between your race or going to aid stations.
Vic from the UK, already up 6 a.m. out in the UK and watching. Berlin, Germany.
Oh, sweet.
Okay, so we got where you guys are all watching from. Now I want to hear, what are some of your favorite races, ultra races around the areas where you guys are watching from?
Yeah.
Let's give some shout out to some local races.
Yeah, it's good to share that stuff because, it's fun to go and explore. Connecticut. The Tahoe 200. I remember when Kyle and Courtney raced that and had a big battle. Yeah, Lake Tahoe is... I would really like to go there and run that race. It's just different in California. It's big trees, that huge lake. That's pretty special. Never summer. Heck yeah, I'm running that 60K next weekend. Tusher Mountain Runs. I've done that one twice. It's one of the a mountain range that nobody goes to.
But I hear it's epic.
Yeah. I've heard, maybe because I'm biased, obviously, but I've heard a lot of people compare it to the San Juans.
Yeah.
And it's very, beautiful ridges, high alpine, Jeep roads.
Never summer, is that a tune-up for you to go do something else, or?
Yeah, I don't want to call it a tune-up. It's because I DNF'd San Juan Solstice, it's an opportunity to do a 39-mile race in beautiful, rugged mountains. I'm good friends with Nick. I wouldn't say good friends. We used to run together for Ultra, actually, and it's always sounded really sexy.
Yeah,
that race. So excited to go do that one, and it's another Colorado legend.
Yeah, excellent race. I've paced at the 100K there. It's good environment, good people.
Spine race in the UK, brutal. Le Gris in Montana, I've heard great things about that race. World's toughest mudder. And the Leadville 100 down the street. Yeah, I've heard great things about DC Peaks in Utah. That's a fantastic race.
Spine Race has like a winter and a summer, right?
Yes, we have a Nord athlete that did the winter Spine Race, and then Snowdonia, another UK classic that's in the fell country. It's a by UTMB race now too.
Will Hicks has mentioned in the chat that Amelia Boone is in Purgatory.
Oh, great.
Let's see if we can see her on the screen here.
She did commentary, I think, when I did it last time. She's a great leader in our community.
Yep, lives down in the Golden, Colorado area.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of world's toughest mudder, she was into that.
Multiple time champion, right?
Yeah, world champion. Yeah.
Hurt 100. Sounds like it hurts.
Yeah, lots of loop through Hawaiian jungle and roots.
Yeah. Have you been out to the Kakalao Trail and ran that out on Kauai?
No.
No, you haven't.
No. I've run across the Big Island with Julian Choyer for a project. Over like 3 days. And
up and over or around?
Southwest to northeast.
Okay.
Finishing the Waipio Valley, Valley of the Kings, going over to the top of Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa. It's been a while. But yeah, that was a beautiful, beautiful place. Yeah, this Crested Butte Ultra, and it makes me nervous because it's like so late in the season. I think Crested Butte's one of the coldest places in Colorado.
Yeah, you can get that beautiful scenery where the leaves are falling, the leaves are changing, and then it's like snow-capped mountains. Yeah, which is gorgeous. Mm-hmm. But like you said, sometimes you can get some good snow later in the year. So
yeah, I think it's in October. Yep. The race. Just Justin Ricks, I thought he was crazy when he started that race. Someday it's going to be totally canceled because of snow.
Yeah, I know they have done some reroutes some years.
Yeah, I did the skiing race, Grand Traverse, and then they have the trail race and the bike race for that one. Yeah. Thanks for everybody's input and keeping us entertained here.
That is actually another way, without having to do a 50-miler, that you could qualify for High Lonesome, is you could do the Sawatch 50-50 that Caleb and Kelsey also put on, the race directors here for High Lonesome. So if you win the 50-50, which a 50K on Saturday and a 50K on Sunday, then you can qualify to get into High Lonesome and get a spot. So.
That's sweet. That's fun. Kind of like the Silver Rush or whatever. Yep. Like that too.
2 races, 64 miles, 11,000 feet of gain. So.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I've heard great things about that.
If you finish both under 11 hours total time, then you get a qualifier for High Lonesome 100. If you win it, then you get into High Lonesome.
Yeah. That's fun. It's cool to have opportunities like that. Obviously, it's, pretty specific to the front end of the race, but still, it's pretty awesome.
Some of it even runs right here on the High Lonesome course, so you get to experience some of the routes. So,
yeah. When is that race?
It is. Let's register right now.
There you go. You should do it. We should set up a challenge, kind of like for Caleb. If something happens, you have to sign up for this.
Westline is September 27th. Westline Winder, and then the next day is the.
Plenty of time.
Yeah.
Plenty of time, man.
Late September.
Let's just flip a coin. If it's heads, I sign up. If it's tails, you sign up. Oh, gosh. It's a little... yeah. It is September 12th. I have no excuses. Never mind.
When is your race in the Arkansas Valley? You direct one here?
Memorial Day weekend.
Okay.
Spirit Trail race. It's a great race. It's a great icebreaker kind of deal. It's a long weekend. They have River Fest, or whatever, Paddle Fest, or whatever it's called. It sells out. It's fun. It's great. Mallory and Jason live basically on the course, the other race directors. It's good. It's good. It's a fun one. We've had Eli and Eli Brimmer and his partner, I'm forgetting her name, but they came out, and when Tyler McCandless came out this year too, who's on the U.S. mountain running team for vertical. So it's it gets some good competition too.
If you guys notice any of these runners here on the screen, just give them a shout out in the chat, and we'll be able to talk more about them.
Yeah.
Looks like the runner on the right's getting some gear out of the pack. It's almost midnight, so making sure you're warm. And
the wild thing of running these all-night races is, you out in the middle of nowhere, total silence, especially if you don't have a pacer, and then you come into this ridiculously, oftentimes, especially later in the race through the night, these places will be busy, and it's just like overwhelming. It's incredible. And I remember early in my career coming into some aid stations and thinking, before I got there, just like, I wish I could quit. Oh my gosh, maybe I should. And then you get in here and there's a bonanza, and it's like the last thing you're doing. Oh, I've got to get my stuff. Okay, I got to do this and eat. And people are asking me if I want soup and Coke, and then all of a sudden, bam, I'm out in the middle of the wilderness. I'm like, oh, remember that? I was having thoughts about dropping, quitting here.
Yeah.
That's the magic of, you get these aid stations 5, 8, 10 miles apart, and you just got to make it to the next one. And then all of a sudden you'll be forced into getting to the next one. And it's a weird, crazy kind of cycle. Do you have this experience?
Yeah, definitely.
I think it's from the first place to the last place. It kind of happens. Like, you go on this roller coaster through the night of being just like low lows to frantic. Okay, I guess I'm going.
Yep.
Once you're in the aid station, I've got this.
Yeah.
Boosts of confidence.
Yeah, it's hard, when everyone's stoked for you to get in there.
Yeah.
They're like,
It's hard to drop.
Yeah.
It's hard to drop. And that's something, from people watching on the live stream here that, to describe that experience is, you have to come into this aid station just absolutely certain you're going to quit to actually quit. Yep. Because if there's a shred of, doubt, then these people oftentimes will magnify that, and you'll get out of there. And it's cool. It's wild. It's crazy. And all of a sudden you'll get some kind of pierogi or brisket or banana, and it'll just hit the spot.
Yep.
Hot cocoa, or these things that sound like mundane, but when you're suffering so hard, it can be even a hug or a almost, and then all of a sudden you're not even thinking about quitting. You're just moving along.
Yeah, in my experience, when I have those super lows, I'll obviously think about how privileged it is to be
Yeah.
in that situation.
Yeah.
Like, we run these
Nobody's
races.
forcing us.
Yeah, we run these races sometimes to feel that,
Mm-hmm.
because maybe we don't feel that in our normal lives, and we're like,
You don't feel physically challenged to a point where you're desperate
Yep.
to just stop
yep,
until you get to this kind of thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
One time I messaged my wife super late at night saying, I'm just not feeling it. I don't know if I'm gonna keep going when I see you at this next aid station, and get to the aid station, and she's just like, no, like,
Yeah.
you told me beforehand, we're only stopping if, like, you're seriously injured.
Yeah.
And right now you're not seriously injured.
Yeah.
You're just wanting
Pouting.
to quit. Yep.
It's hard, but you're just pouting and you get your butt moving. And yeah. And like we said earlier, when you are a person that enables somebody that is in one of their more desperate, physical, challenging moments, mentally and physically, and to help them, it's so much more gratifying than your daily life grind.
Yep.
That kind of feeling is something that's it's pretty damn special.
That's right. Just doing a little stretch.
Yeah.
Like,
Somebody needs to maybe go give that person a hug and say, come on, let's go. It's time to
Yep.
go.
let's see if we can figure out who this is. Right now in Monarch. Let's see. Joseph Lewis from Carbondale. Adam Roylance. I see a pacer hugging. There we go. Getting some hugs.
Yeah. Let's get going.
And they're out.
Oh, look at the pizza box over there. It's nice to have the pizza. In the front of the race, Jeff Colt's probably not slamming that huge slice of pizza, but from time to time, I was racing at I'm Tough, and it was me, Dakota, and Rich Lockwood, and I think all three of us had pizza at mile 80. I had one half of a piece because it just smelled so good. It sounded so good. It sounded like it embodied the relaxing and feeling full and not having your stomach strained and just being, just shitty.
Yeah.
And it happened that they were making it there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just, there's so many times, especially for Hard Rock. If you've heard the legend of the aid stations there and the food, it is true. And both times I've run it, I never get to have the great food. Because, I'm just, slurping down the Maurtens or whatever. And it's, a beef brisket sandwich is just not going to work. But I look forward to the time where I'm taking it a little bit easier and be able to really look forward to that. And
yeah. I could be wrong on this, but that was 2020, right? When you ran I'm Tough?
Yes.
One of my good friends growing up is the aid station captain for that aid station at I'm Tough, where they bake pizzas.
Oh, great.
So, Derek Call. I don't know if you're on the stream right now, but
I won't ever forget a half slice of pizza like that. Even having pizza in Italy or something that it doesn't compare. That was pretty special. And it's an out and back to that aid station.
Yeah.
And Dakota Jones is, for the last decade and a half, one of the best runners in the world. And I did not want him to see me and be motivated to chase me down. And I opted to eat that half slice of pizza, which took, an extra minute or two. And he saw me, but he didn't catch me, luckily. But that's how good pizza can be at a place like this that we're watching. Yeah, I'm kind of envious of the being able to watch and commentate when this place is busy, because that's there's just so much drama and excitement and craziness going on.
Got a question in the chat about what is the highest point on the course, and I believe that is 13,150 feet, and that's when you're heading up Browns Creek almost to Antero.
Antero, yeah. That's high. There's not many races in the world that go that high. You know, we're lucky enough to live in the mountains that have that opportunity. And, you know, just the average elevation is the thing that I think is even more impressive than the 13.1 or whatever.
Yeah.
Is that you're at 10.6 average. That's high.
Yeah.
I think Hard Rock's 11. I think 11.2 or 11.3 or something like that. I could be wrong. It sounds pretty dang high. It does go between 11 and 14 a lot. 11,000 feet average. So, I mean, it's only 400 feet higher than the average at High Lonesome.
Mm-hmm.
So it's both of these are ridiculously high up.
Definitely a reason why High Lonesome's a qualifier for Hard Rock. Like,
yeah.
You know.
And you can really enjoy misery. Like if you really want to just feel depleted and tired, get out here to High Lonesome or Hard Rock, and you'll feel it.
Yeah.
But you get also those sunset views and sunrise and all of that. 2 sunrises.
The cutoff here for High Lonesome is 37 hours. So runners have 37 hours to get around that full loop. For the longest time, I had the longest finish at High Lonesome, because in 2021 when I finished dead freaking last.
Yes.
They actually extended the cutoff that 1 year because we had a bad hailstorm and lightning storm that came through in the last couple hours of the race.
You enjoyed the race more than any other human.
Yeah, I don't even remember a time, but I think it was like 36, 30, 40, somewhere around there. 36 hours and 40 or so minutes. So, yeah, for the longest time, I think I was the longest finisher at Hard Rock, or at High Lonesome. So
that's great. That's great.
It was an interesting story because I actually thought I was done. I was past the 36 hours, so I kind of gave up on that road into the finish. It was raining, so there was all these cars passing. Ice just splashing water on us, and I was defeated. I was like,
yeah.
My pacer said, "No, don't worry, you can go get another hard qualifier this year." And I was like, "I don't know if I can."
Yeah.
So we get to the bottom at Princeton Hot Springs, and my other pacer comes down, and she tells me they extended the cutoff by an hour because they held people at the aid stations. And I'm just like, I lit up. I was
elated.
Like, what?
Yeah.
I got a mile
what a
climb.
Gift. Yeah.
And finished 36 plus hours.
Yeah. I hesitate to even say this, but I will, in that I know personally, as a person that is oftentimes, going for podium or winning or whatever, that at pretty much every single 100K, 100-miler, I think about, and I'm just amazed by the people that are, running twice as long as I am and out there grinding through and having to do the whole night, the whole day extra. And I genuinely am just, like I told you on that my first 100-mile attempt, I saw this guy, just do the cutoffs, and I was just like embarrassed and ashamed, and I'm like, I am motivated and blown away by these people that, don't spend all day training all year long, that are out there pushing, hurting, grinding through, and, just the mental fortitude to think I'm going to run for 30, 40 hours. That's, when I'm doing it in 20 something or 16 or 17 or whatever, it's run rabbit run. So it's for what it's worth, I always think about that. Okay, we're getting close to the Raspberry 2, I think, for Jeff. I've got a feeling. Jeff's running on cloud 9 right now, I think.
Is that in reference to his shoes?
Wow, yeah. Running on clouds. I'm glad those the shoe that Jeff's wearing, I've heard good things about. And they didn't used to be awesome. It's great that he's running on clouds now, because I love Jeff. And he's, I saw him at the running event in Texas, which is a big trade show for road and trail. And he was at the trade show, and he does the prototypes, he does all this stuff, and he's an integral part of on working for trail runners. So it's pretty awesome.
How have you seen that in your career? I mean, obviously, being through different sponsors, like some give you want a lot of feedback, and others not so much. Or
I think I've run for Hoka, I've run for Altra, and now run for Norda, and there's been involvement with Ultra. I worked with some of the design guys and whatever. With Norda, I can say that there's no parent company, and I work with the lead designer, and I work with the owners, and I spent 18 months. Ryan Sullivan's shoe that he's wearing is Norda 005, and I had 8 prototypes, and I'd have video calls and giving feedback and running, and it was a job. And it was, frankly, the shoe is absolutely phenomenal because of that, and that availability to be able to work in that process that way. It's a unique thing. And I've to the point that I said earlier, Jeff has been able to work with On and do things like that, but it happens less, unfortunately, because these are big, sometimes billion-dollar companies. VF, Vanity Fair, is a big organization, and there's many layers of management and leadership that makes it difficult to be able to have the time and bandwidth to be able to move quickly enough with athletes, besides saying, does it work or not, and that's all you get, kind of thing, versus this is what I think we should do. And there's it, and to the defense of a lot of these businesses, a lot of athletes aren't good at understanding what the general population wants, what a good shoe really does feel like. They're just worried about running fast.
Yeah.
And they don't know what the hell they're talking about. So it's not all bad, and it's not all good.
Yeah.
So it's but yeah, I've had a special thing that I will, the rest of my life, cherish, being able to design a shoe like the 005 that's a 7.8 ounce shoe with unbelievable rebound, with the best outsole in the world, and Dyneema upper that doesn't rip. It's pretty cool. So, but there's a little that past 5 minutes. I hope somebody thought that was interesting. I like talking about it. That's a good question. Is Rachel Intrican going to take third? I wouldn't be surprised. She's got the ability to grind and grit out more than almost anybody. Yeah, she's fourth right now. Yeah, and she left 1 minute after third. All right, Jeff, we've got word that Jeff Colt's out of Raspberry 2, which, all right, yeah, at 11:36, 3 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, okay. I'm just like scrambling to see the
Are we going to the finish right after this? Because that's moving.
Yeah, he's okay. 11:36. Raspberry 2 by Jimmy Ellum was at, ready for this, 12:16. 40 minutes ahead. Right now, if he finished exactly in the way that Jimmy paced, he would be, breaking 18:59, which would be a, what is that, 43-minute course record on one of the best athletes in our sport. So Jeff is having
that's
a Jim Walmsley Western States kind of performance here.
That's 1 a.m. that he would be expecting.
Yeah, it'd be 12:59 to break 19 hours at High Lonesome. So, wow. Okay, and as we said, this finish is fast. It can be fast. It's a 100-miler, but it can be fast. If you look at the profile, it's very friendly.
They're leaving Raspberry 2, and then you do a quick little boot up, and then you're dropping down to the road and cruising on the dirt road until you hit the pavement for Swear Road, and then it's a mile to the finish from there. So, wow.
Yeah, this is exciting. We're seeing something. Unless something terrible happens, we're going to see a half an hour course record get set. We've got 7.3 miles to go, and Jeff has nearly 40 minutes up on the course record pace set by Jimmy Ellum. And based on the last 20 miles, Jeff is only getting further ahead of Jimmy, which would kind of tell us that Jimmy kind of just got it. It did great early on, but maybe the last 30 miles wasn't blazing fast, and this course would lend a huge fast course record if you save some for that last 30 miles.
Yeah.
So this is a great story. This is a great thing we're seeing here. So that's much more exciting than silly stories Kevin and I are telling.
Okay.
Yeah, right at 1 before 1 a.m. would be under 19 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, 1942 is the old course record. Let's see this happen. All right, I've got some energy now.
That's moving. Jeff is on one tonight.
Yeah. Again in the chat, we're talking 40-some minutes ahead of Jimmy Ellum, which, 30, 40 miles ago, they were behind course record space, which is crazy. This isn't the first year of High Lonesome either. There's been some incredible people like Alex Nichols, like Jeff Browning, etc., that have run this race.
Wow.
All right, now we have to see how the ladies are doing. Let's see if we can see something magical happen too.
At the moment, we don't have a camera at Raspberry 2, so we weren't able to get Jeff Colt going through there, but we will definitely have one at the finish when he's coming through there. And
well, he's only there for 1 minute, so we could have missed it.
Even if we
blathering about shoes or something. Yeah, looking at Chris Hames, Gabe Joyce, Mark Hammond. These are some of the athletes that have made their mark on High Lonesome. Pretty incredible. I mean, the way he ran away from the field is pretty crazy. I mean, you look at the open splits, it's like there's only one other person that has passed 74. You know, Foos's Creek. There's only one person, and he's at, you know, Jeff's at 93 miles. That's pretty wild.
Chris Warden in the chat, letting people know about there isn't drug testing here at High Lonesome, but
yeah,
I don't think Kelsey and Caleb would be against there being drug testing.
Of course not, but it's by UTMB races, you know, the mega corporation of UTMB Ironman, the financial challenge and expense, and then also the logistics of doing a drug testing program is huge. It's not that our community organizations, races, etc., don't want to have that. It's just not like it's not easy. It's not simple. It's very, very expensive, and it's very involved, and it's timely, and it's a lot of there's a lot of legal ramifications on doing such a thing, and you had to do it a certain way, and WADA mandates that. So it
also, you need to have some out of competition testing in order for it to really be, you know, an honest, true drug testing instead of just after the finish line.
Yeah, which does happen for a lot of the UTMB index athletes that are above 840, and the women that are above, 730. Mm-hmm. It used to be called the Quartz program or whatever, but you have to be available to have drug testing. And I've had friends that are a part of that program, and it's happening. They're doing that. It's just that, like I said, the reason why it doesn't work for a race like this or something. But yeah, but there's also, why are these times getting faster and faster? And Kevin and I, discussed the reasons. We used to be really dumb with training 10 years ago. It used to be a pretty unprofessional sport that didn't follow the rules of endurance athletics of just going out and climbing as many peaks as you can, and doing a little hand water bottle for a 5-hour run. We're doing a lot of different things and incorporating a lot of different aspects of training that is really propelling the sport in a way that's exponentially, faster than what we were doing in 2010 or 2015 or something like that.
Dylan Bowman always mentions the 3 C's: carbon in your shoes. I mean, if you feel like carbon's needed in a mountain running, but
I will say that in your training,
does great.
Absolutely, like that's something that Anton would make fun of anybody running fast stuff on the flats back in 2015. Now everybody's doing that.
Yeah.
And that is the carbon aspect that Dylan talks about.
Carbon, carbs.
Yep. Fueling
fuel.
twice, 3 times as much as we used to.
And cooling.
Yeah. And I'd also say alt training.
Yeah.
Alt training is something that you only did if you were injured. And even then, sometimes the top athletes would just not do anything.
Yeah.
They wouldn't go do an uphill treadmill or a Zwift ride or something like that. That's part of the routine of almost every professional in our sport now, is doing alt training when you're not injured and not just skiing during the winter and the off season.
Still getting your endurance in without the impact of running.
Exactly. Your aerobic capacity and Z2, Z1 kind of capacity is so much higher when you jump on a bike or go just uphill.
Yeah.
Or do a elliptical.
Yeah, I mentioned in the chat, there's more resources for athletes nowadays than 10 years ago.
Yeah. Nobody had a coach.
Yeah. Coaches.
And then,
support from your sponsors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like the teams that we have now with Terex, with Hoka, with Ultra, it's something that it's unbelievable. Just 5-6 years ago, even this live stream, I didn't believe it 3 years ago that anybody would want to do this, but it's absolutely awesome, and it's our sport's growing, and it's great that there's more people that are enjoying this. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I remember years ago, you would go over to Europe to run the race over there, and you would sleep in a tent.
Yeah.
Probably because you loved it, but also the means were not there to be, spending money, staying in a nice place. So.
No, it was not a luxurious chalet that I stay in now with, I rented a camper van from the Amsterdam all the way across to Europe and then sold it back, and I was camping and sleeping in that for months. Which is not roughing it either, but I also had Felix, and also had situations where we get kicked out of places in Chamonix and stuff, and it's a totally different deal. Like I remember just absolutely just showing up and sleeping in backyards and being a sponsored athlete. That was always camped at races.
Yeah,
and to think I don't think Jeff Colt was, sleeping by the river on a sleeping pad last night, probably.
Hopefully not.
Yeah. But for what it's worth, I slept in the back of my truck because I love to sleep in my truck next to the river.
Yeah.
But some habits die slow.
Yeah, I mean, you still have that in the sport, You still have the, sleeping in my car, sleeping in the tent. I love that you can have that.
I have a memory foam bed and 2 pillows, and it's great. Nobody else is getting up and making noises around me.
Shout out in the comments for Stephanie Manti. I think she is the YouTuber that a couple people have mentioned so far.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, go Stephanie.
There's a question actually from Molly. The gears, the shoes, so high tech and expensive. How do younger, unsponsored runners who show promise handle it?
How do up-and-comers make it? I mean, again, it's not mountain biking. It's not alpine skiing or something like that. It's the barriers to entry is still pretty damn low. But yeah, the distribution on the sport, kind of share that and develop athletes is tricky business, and I try to be a steward to that and try to support brands that do a good job at that. There's a hell of a lot more professional athletes and opportunities than there was just 2 years ago or before by UTMB races came. But it's growing. There's more opportunities. There's good things happening. There's always negatives to that too, but young athletes doing well are getting on a lot of people's radars. It's definitely good things are happening. It's not perfect, but it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's great teams like, Ryan Sullivan is on the Aravaipa racing team, and there's, clubs like Rocky Mountain Runners and etc. BP Running Company and things like that you can get started and get support and maybe get some, some opportunities that can grow from there.
For sure.
They're out there. It's not easy.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, to get a pair of running shoes and a vest and some gels is not like trying to become a downhill skier,
for sure,
mountain biker or something. Yeah, we're getting some more action here at Monarch Pass, which is awesome.
Gabe Dorn must be at Monarch Pass right now because I just saw Sammy Lewis, his spouse there. They're Golden, Colorado residents. Yeah, like Jason was saying, if you're an up-and-comer, just be part of the community. And your name gets out there. People pass it along. There's been a number of people that have come through our doors at BP Runco that we've helped, supported to get the right contacts. And, eventually you keep doing it, keep running strong, and people notice you.
Yeah. And it's better for everybody when your motivation, your why is aligned. If you're desperately just wanting to make it a career, sometimes that can be a dangerous, stressful kind of situation as far as mental health. But it's it's difficult, it's tough, it's not guaranteed. It's not like an Olympic sport where you just need to do this and that and then you kind of make it.
Mm-hmm.
Trail running and gravel racing and backcountry skiing, or a lot of these different sports, or surfing, whatever. It sometimes with who and it's what kind of personality you have, and then also just being able to make connections with brands, and just being in the right place at the right time. There are athletes out there that have career, and that it's sad, but that's how it happens sometimes.
Since it is super late, we're getting wild. Were you a professional inline skater?
Yes.
You were sponsored?
Yeah. I was a sponsored rollerblade. Had a T-shirt with my cartoon, that kind of like logo on the front, and used to skate rails and do quarter pipes and all that kind of stuff. And yeah.
X Games level?
There was a national inline skating series, and I did a few competitions, and like I said, I wasn't making money, but I was able to do things and go to events, and I went to the Warp Tour. Have you heard of the Warp Tour?
Oh, yeah. I've been there multiple times.
I saw Sublime play. I got to skate with John Caballero. I saw Tony Hawk skate on the same half pipe.
Nice.
And then I realized I was going nowhere with this, and I needed to go to college, and I went to school in Montana, partly because it was so far away from cities and skating, and destroying my body skating.
That's Amelia Boone.
Super.
Right there
on
the screen.
Woo!
Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but that definitely looks like her.
I think so. Top 10. Mountain Outpost commentator.
Tantrums wants to know, thank you for the super chat there. They want to know where Rachel is. Rachel is crushing the race and the course record.
Yeah. She's ahead of that, and there's a couple other ladies that are right behind her that are doing the same, and definitely Jeff is well ahead of course record pace with less than 10 miles to go. So as long as nothing terrible happens, we're going to see a men's record. You can see the rain coming down at Monarch Pass, or is that somebody? Yeah, it looks like rain, doesn't it? You can see it coming off the shelter there. So that's challenging at midnight. Yeah, and it's not a sprinkle, but hopefully in the spirit of the Colorado thunderstorm, it likely won't last long. But Amelia has good timing. She's under the tent. Yeah, Rachel Intrican and Kareth Arnold, a very good position to set the course record. And like we said, Jeff Colt could be finishing within the hour. So if you could stay up a little bit longer, you can see history be made. This is a record that's stout. To run 19 hours at High Lonesome is ridiculously fast.
Yeah, and we will have a camera there when Jeff is finishing. That's definitely going to be something we're going to want to see. So
yeah,
it's only an hour or so away.
Yeah, less than an hour.
We might,
if he follows pace.
Yeah, we might be able to even see his headlamp from here, just down the road. So I will say this rain up at Monarch, that's going to make the Devil's slip and slide.
Yeah, you told me that. Devil's slip and slide.
It's going to be slick and it's steep and it's not fun when you're, 70 miles into this.
Artist Bench, the elevation gain of the race is 23,000 feet, which is a lot, especially for and it makes it that much more impressive. A sub 20-hour race at a race that averages 10,600 for the elevation.
Conditions like this, are you trying to get out of your wet layers when you have the opportunity to, when you have crew? Or are you just trying to run faster so that you don't get cold?
At 67.7, it depends on how much gear I have at each aid station crew spot, because I definitely don't want to get into dry stuff if it's pouring.
Yeah.
I would just rather stay in the wet until it stopped and then get into the dry. So there's that. Yeah, good and bad. I think Kevin and I are about to be replaced by our next commentator, some fresh blood.
Definitely stick with us. It's about to finish, or the men's race is about to finish here in the next hour. So stick with us. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be awesome.
And Rachel Intrican and the second and third are right behind. So it's, It's Friday night. You can stay up late. It's worth it. All right, we're out.
Howdy, howdy, welcome back. This is Bubba Kavanaugh with you, Era Vipa After Dark. Chris Warden, I hope I do you justice here. We're going to come in here at the end of the night. You know, we've seen these runners throughout this day now putting down some crazy times. We've been talking about the top men and women. We want to make sure that we're seeing everybody out there, calling them out. I'm going to be popping in and out of here. Right now, this is our shot. I was here earlier today. Job was easy with how beautiful this race is. You know, they're running through the mountains here. Runners are going through that high alpine section now. I hope they come back and do this during the daylight because it is amazing. It is phenomenal. So I'm going to be popping in here and talking about where people are, kind of where we're trending at, and just seeing where people are finishing. I'm drinking my my coffee concentrate right now. I didn't realize it was concentrate until I already poured it all out. So we're doing some ultra training right now. We're going to be staying up late with you. 37 hours of live streaming through the night here.
We're getting a lot of anti-predictive comments.
I've been called by some of my friends as the gas station Anton. This is, yeah, there we go. This is not the first, nor will it be the last. Actually, while I was about to leave, I saw that there was already comments about him, and yeah, he's back. He's here in person, just in the gas station form. But I'm taking over here. I know this question's been thrown out a little bit already, but I know it's early overseas. We've seen some runners from overseas start joining this race already. I just want to see, where is everybody tuning in from? It's only 12:13 here, Mountain Standard Time, so not too late yet. we got BV just right down the road.
That's me. Just so you know.
Alrighty, just quick overview. I'm doing this also a little bit for myself just to see coming in where everybody is standing. Jeff Colt, I think we've talked about him a good chunk of the day, having a really strong second half of the race here. So left Chavano in here. It says 11-4. Let me give this a refresh. There we go. Left Raspberry 2 at 11:36. Now this section leaving Raspberry 2, we talked about it earlier in the race. What they're going to be doing is, that was that nice flowy kind of track that we were talking about, that single track that we had awesome drone footage in the beginning part of the race. They're going to leave that aid station. It's just a little climb up. That they're barely going to notice after all the climbing that they've been doing today, and it descends going down. It's a little steep, nothing too crazy though. You know, they've been descending down that easier single track from Blanks out to Raspberry 2, so they're going to go down this. That's where they're going to hit the Colorado Trail, that entrance that they hit in the beginning of the race. And that's where it really flattens out, and that's where you're going to see the speed coming in too as well on that last section of the race. From that is we're going to hit Curse Hill. We talked about how wonderful it was to start that race, leaving that field, going down that nice, easy flowing single track, And now they get to try to remember what that was like just in reverse, going back up it. I am stoked from where we are sitting. We're actually should be able to see the headlights of these finishers during the day or nighttime here going up Curse Hill or Swear Hill. I had some different names for it when I was finishing. It was not going great. So it's accurately named. Let me just put it that way. And just again, just giving an overview, I'm just going to hit quick the top 5 men and female. Behind Jeff, we do have Ryan Smith, a previous High Lonesome winner, left blanks at 10:44. It was about 50 minutes behind Jeff previously, so we should expect to see him not too far behind coming into this Raspberry. He is a competitor, and I know this section here he cruised through, so that'll be great to see as well. One of the questions in here is final cutoff. It is 37 hours is the cutoff for here. In third, we have Daniel Tramp out of Denver. Also out of Chavano at around 11:54. We got James Schild out of Morrison, Colorado. And I am just, being a Minnesota native myself, excited to see somebody from Bemidji, Minnesota, coming from that flatland and crushing it here in the mountains. Awesome to see it. Also, young guy at 23 years old. You love to see it. Going on over to the women's field, if I am refreshing this correctly, I am seeing not only is Rachel Entrekin first female overall, she is also third overall in the entire field. She is doing so well out there right now. Out of Chavano at 11:54 as well. Less than 19 miles left in this race, which is so cool to see. In second, F2, we got Kareth Arnold coming in there. We got Rachel Lemke in third, Cecilia Williams in fourth, and Addie Bracey in fifth. This has just been a fight all day. It's been so fun to watch all of these athletes just battling it out. And there's been a lot of movement, between those top 5. We've seen shifts. We can't really say with Rachel, she has started out strong and has been holding that this whole time. You've seen that smile throughout the entire race as well. And that's one of the things, too, that you also love to see. We're looking at the Monarch Pass aid station right now. And I think that this is one of those things that helps aid in all of those smiles through the races is these aid stations. You're coming into Monarch as you're leaving Purgatory. You've been over 10,000 feet for so long. That whole time you've just been over there, and you start coming down. And this is the weird part is you start seeing this Christmas theme, and you start wondering, it's cold out. I'm a little bit loopy. Is it Christmas time? What is going on? But everybody just keeps the vibes high, making sure all the athletes are taken care of. It's so fun to see. They are playing Christmas music too, whether that is your jam or not. They do their best to get you in and out of here in record time. We are getting some shout outs for Bib 193. Stephanie Manti from Fort Collins, Colorado. Let's see here. We had some questionnaires that were done before the race just to see, what's going on with the racers. Is this their first 100? And just some other things about what's fueling them through their day. And Steph will High Lonesome be your first? Yes, this is going to be her first 100-mile finish that she is working towards, which is awesome to see. Her first ultra was Red Hot 55K in February of 2024. Wanted to run this as a test to kind of get a feel of what an ultra might feel like in preparation for her first big ultra, which was Never Summer 100K later in 2024. The previous commentators talked a little bit about Never Summer. It is a perfect race to get yourself set up and ready, what that experience is going to be like in this high alpine. It's rugged, it's up there. It's going to get you ready for this race as well. And what a heck of a jump to go from a 55K to a 100K to now in July, going for that 100-mile finish here at High Lonesome. I am loving this. There is a lot of stoke in the chat for her out here as well. It was fun to see as we were going through this. We did a lot of homework on our side to try to get to know more about the racers. What do they do to prepare for this? What were some of the races that they have done? And you did see definitely a lot of that Zane Grey race in there, the San Juan Solstice, a lot of those big mountain races that really get you ready for this mountain itself as well. Didn't get a lot of feedback from this. I know we also don't have too many in the chat right now, but let us know where you're coming in from for the chat. Zach wondering what conditioner that I use. That is whatever my wife, which, this is perfect timing. It is 12/23. Happy birthday to Kaylee Kavanaugh, who also helps me purchase that conditioner as well. So thank you for these luscious locks, but also for letting me celebrate your birthday with all these other people out in the live stream. And letting us experience this out in the BV Salida area. The Sawatch is no better. We're having these smiles per miles, just like all of these runners that are out there as well. Chris Warden asking for what races did I use for warm-ups for high-low. That year, I'd have to look back at it to remember all of that. But one thing that I did do that I think helped out a lot with this race is I actually came out a month before and just dirtbagged it in the back of my car right over by this actually Raspberry aid station. You can hit a lot of sections of the race from there. And so being out for a week out in this Sawatch, doing the Little Browns climb, knowing what that was going to be like, doing this section, what I really wanted to know too was everybody always talks about how good you feel after Monarch going down Fooses, but Caleb said that there's a real understanding to also, when you get done with Foos, the climb doesn't stop. You actually go through there, you cross over the highway, and you hit a wall as well. So you go up a little bit of an uphill right there as well, and you realize the uphill is not done quite yet. Did do Flagstaff Sky Peaks 50 miler, which was an awesome way to get up over that 7,000 feet in there. And also there's this race in Arizona. It's only one hill. It's called Crown King 50K. It's a legendary race out there. As a joke, it is one hill, but it is the entire race is that one hill. You see a lot of runners actually that have come out recently to run that race to get ready for these summer races, or Cocodona itself as well, because that is a large chunk of the beginning of that race. Looks like the aid station might have a little bit of a breather here. One thing too, just to call out with the race, and you know, this is one thing I always shout out for the crews too, to pay attention with as well on the racers. We're coming out of Purgatory, and this is one thing I try to tell myself and I did not execute it on, but get out of Purgatory as fast as you can, get out of Monarch as fast as you can. You've been over 10,000 feet for a majority of the race. Get out of there and get back down to low elevation. It feels so good to finally hit that. You start hitting over that 10,000 feet right at St. Elmo. So that's mile 25. They are finally getting below that at 75. So almost 50 miles that they're going, that they've been over 10K of vert, which, trust me, you start to feel it in those late sections of it. And looks like we did have F2, Kareth Arnold come into Chavano at 12:22. It looks like it was a quick in and out of that aid station as well. So leaving mile 81.2, making her way to Blank's cabin. Worked at that Chavano aid station. You do some quick little switchbacks to get into there. You get in, you know, more lights, more stoke from the aid station there. It's a quick aid station that you really want to work to get in and out of. You hit a quick little uphill, but not too far to get to that next aid station at Blanks. It's about 1.9 miles. It's really to make sure that runners keep on going and get out to that next aid station and continue on racing. It's just a basic aid station. You're going to find your couple things of water, some electrolytes and things like that. One thing though that I have stolen with pride for my aid stations that I've worked, my buddy Tim Coteen started having Capri Suns at this aid station. And, you know, you just feel like a kid again and amped to go. So maybe Kareth took a Capri Sun, maybe not, with a minute in and out of that aid station. I'm going to guess no. But I definitely took that to the McDowell Mountain races out in Arizona, lugging that up to the top of Thompson Peak. So if you ever do the 50 mile, you'll see my buddy Ross and I dancing either rain or shine. And the only aid you'll get from us is a Capri Sun. Yeah, Chris calling out some of those Crown King finishers too, and just some of the people that have come to there. DeWalter, Nissen, Trayson, Roach, Meltzer, Jurek, Pam Reed. I mean, these are just legends in the sport. The race has been around forever. Chris, I'm going to let you probably find that answer quicker than I can on how long that's been around. All right, checking on the men's field as well. Not too many updates there on that side. Chris, even when he's not commentating, he is commentating in that chat since 1987. So we're getting into these, I like to call these the weird like stages of the ultra run too, where you've kind of exhausted through some of the nutrition that's either tasting good or not. What is in the chat? What are those things that are your go-to? What is your default food? I'll even say the other day when I did Little Brown's Loop out here to see what that Antero saddle was like, lugged up a slice of pizza and some tin foil. It is a great way to have a lukewarm pizza up at the top of a mountain. Definitely recommend it. I love this. The you have to make sure that that your pacers and crew are also well fed and well fueled. We have ramen that the runner didn't eat and coffee. Got some gummy clusters. Man, I had a missed opportunity there. I did just crack open a soda can. I could have made a shout out to AJW with the mic for that Cracker Brew with AJW. Shout out for the Taco Bell. For those that know me, Taco Bell has a soft spot in my heart. We do a little bike ride through Arizona, fully supported by them. So it's like we have some runners here in Monarch Pass right now. Let's see here. That may be Peter Samuelson. I see an in and not an out. If I'm seeing this too, there's a little bit of a drizzle too up at that aid station right now. Always smart and also needed for part of your kit for that high alpine too is a fully seamed, close seamed rain jacket as well. So the runners have it on them. They're fully prepared with this. Now, what's going to come up for these racers right after Monarch Pass 2? This is right at Monarch Mountain, ski hill that's out here. There's a little bit of a climb that comes out of here, and it's pretty short, pretty punchy there. But right after that, you start to get to a section known as Satan's Slip and Slide. One year there was a lot of rain, and it's an accurately named section. It can get a little slick through that whole area there, but as you descend that, you start getting onto more of a jeep road, which that cruises you down to Foose's aid station. Definitely an area that you can let the legs loose a little bit. It feels real good after all of that climbing. And again, you're starting to descend under that 10K of elevation and start breathing a little bit easier, which is great. we are. I'm going to check quick here on the fastest splits through these sections. Looks like with that 19:42 finish, that looks like it was an hour and 28 minutes from Raspberry 2 to the finish. And also shout out to Ryan Smith as well, chasing down here, having a great day, ahead of his fastest time as well. We were talking about him a lot earlier in the race as well. A lot of these fastest times to aid stations he had held, previous course record holder as well. So no stranger to be in at the front of this race as well. He was very easy to pick out. I see the RMR shout out there. He was wearing the green shirt earlier, so it's easy to pick him out. Having a heck of a day as well. And another thing that's always fun too, his wife Silke is out here as well, having a great day. I believe the most finishes of a female racer here. Currently 7th female overall. And has been out of Monarch Pass, making her way to Fooses. So exactly what I was just talking about, going down, getting out of that elevation, which is great. Chris, with your question on ETA on that finish, there's a couple big bumps in there. I'm going to get 1 a.m. a little bit, plus probably in there, but we're going to be tracking it. One thing that is fun too is, as I was saying, should be able to see that headlamp as it goes up a hill. I've been seeing some cars going up and down it, so I know exactly where to look. We're seeing a little bit of a group hangout here happening at Monarch. We're going to continue to see this as the day goes on, or I guess it's night, goes on. You'll see those clusters of runners coming in and out of here. Skylar Hall with the shout out for Easy Dog. That is what he has looked like all day, nice and easy. This second half of the race has been just amazing to watch and just fun. He is turning those legs like crazy. just as a quick call out for anybody else that's just looking for this highly secret info that we're looking at on splits and those pieces. If you're looking up for racers, they do have the open split time to look for on the runners up at the top there. Looks like we have Daniel as well, third male in and out of blanks as well at 12:28. Got some of our runners and pacers here all bundled up, ready to go. They've been up at high elevation for a long time, looking to get down to that warmer weather. Do we have anybody like out at sections? No. All right. We are waiting to see that headlamp going up Curse Hill over on our side. It is funny. We got a couple of us in here just peeking out the window, keeping our eyes and ears on that open area there. Let's quick head back to see where F1 is at through 5 here. And we got Rachel out about 15 minutes ago from blanks. That section is about 9.6 miles here until she gets to Raspberry 2. So that's awesome to see. Kareth Arnold is out of Chavano, That was about 20 minutes ago or so. We got F3 and 4 and 5 have all left Foose's Creek. So that's after that descent out of Monarch, where we have this cam here. So they've all left here. And in there we have Rachel Lemke, Cecilia Williams, and Rebecca Org. Chris is what's that? And I've just gotten word that M1 is less than a mile out. Holy crap. This is insane. I don't even know why I drank coffee. This is exciting. This is keeping me going here. This is insane of a time that we have him. In the dark, having another finisher here around that is crazy to see. Zach and I will work to improve our headlamp and headlight watching abilities, because we definitely missed him on that. But agreed in here, LFG. This is awesome to see. Almost in a day here, we're going over 100 miles through the Sawatch mountain range, which is so cool to see on this difficult course here, where you're hitting over 13,000 feet. Elevation gain of 23,300 feet, average elevation over 10.4K, and still coming in at this time, less than a mile out from the finish line right now. It was looking good through this entire race. I know we're working to see that finish here as well. And we said this earlier today. Races nowadays in this ultra field, it almost seems like you have to shoot for that record to get that podium or get that win. It is amazing to see what people are putting down right now. And also, shout out to the nighttime volunteers as well. This is an ultra to put this on with them going through the night, not sleeping, working tirelessly to make sure they're getting these runners everything that they need. We have a blank screen right here. It is beautiful outside right now, though. They are seeing some stars. As they leave this area, I know we saw a little bit of rain up there. We are at the finish line. This is so cool to see. We already have people at the finish line welcoming in M1. Freestone Endurance High Lonesome 100. This is so cool to see. Coming back to where you started at, out in the background, you have those big mountains. They're nowhere to be seen right now because Jeff is just cruising through this race. I know that there's people here at the finish line. I know that they're going to cheer their freaking faces off for him coming in. We'll see if my headlamp duties can do a little bit better here. Seeing him come across. He'll enter into this parking lot and make a little bit of an L shape. So it'll be in that background. You'll see him go out and around and then cut back in to this finish line. We're seeing claps. I'm seeing some lights in the background. This is so cool to see. Records happening at High Lonesome 100. M1. You can't even see them, but that just looks like that is flowing through. Jeff Colt, M1, coming into the finish line. In course record. What a day he has had. Carbondale, Colorado. That is 1852. Holy crap. He is smiling. He is happy. The hugs are happening. This is so cool to see. Oh, just 51-minute course record. Just strong through this whole day. We talked about it this whole race. If you could save your legs as you got up to that high alpine and you were acclimated to it, you could cruise and make up some big times. And that's just what he did, is that speed on that back half of that race, through that entire race, let's be honest, but especially on the back half. He's been in it all day, running up those big hills. We saw him even going up that Antero climb, right up there with the lead pack all day. Look at this whole crew bringing it all together for that new course record at High Lonesome. Sub 19 hours. Holy crap. You love to see it. He's moving around still too. If this was me, I'd be on the ground, but he is smiling. He is walking around. He is hugging. This is so cool to see. High fives. I mean, and this is what it takes to do these 100-milers too, is this whole crew here, this whole group, all day out there that they are spending with their runners, making sure that they are properly fueled, have everything that they need in and out of aid, pacers with them to make sure that he keeps on going. But my goodness, Jeff Colt, what a day. There he is with the pacers, 3 pacers in there. Usually how this race breaks up is into those sections. Usually you got Hancock to Purgatory, Monarch to Chavano, and then Blanks to the end. And they made him cruise through this. If you looked at any of his Strava coming into this race, you knew he was going to be strong. He has put in the time. He has put in the work. Jeff Colt, High Lonesome 100 winner. All right, now somebody get this guy a seat too. He's walking around still. There's Caleb, the race director, with him. Get in that seat. Well deserved. This looks like a perfect spot to enjoy a Law's whiskey right around the campfire there after a nice day out in the wilderness. This is so cool to see.
Ryan Smith, as of 5 minutes ago, left Raspberry 2.
Just as a call out as well, we did have our M2 just leave Raspberry 2 about 6 minutes ago. That is Ryan Smith coming in. So he is now doing that last section there. Mile 92.7 to 100. Ryan finisher here. Previous course record holder. Previous winner, obviously, with that. No stranger to this finish, to this race here. Somebody's calling out those chairs. Yeah, those are dangerous. I don't know if I'd want to leave those post-race. Those look comfy. Again, as a call, we're at the finish line right here. If you're just joining us, Jeff Colt finishing High Lonesome 100 in record time. That is an unofficial time of 18:52. Previous was from 2023. Jimmy Elam at 19:42. Asking about the total vert in this race, quick just preview of it. 100 miles, average elevation of 10,426 feet, high point of 13.1, 23,300 feet of vert in that. After coming out of that high country, going through the rain and all those different things throughout the day, that little campfire has to feel good. This is Aravaipa after dark here, and that fire is looking quite cozy. Great way to just finish your day there, Jeff. I'm seeing on open time to 12. That is 18:52 flat.
Send me an Instagram. Yeah.
That's fine. Welcome back here. We are at this finish line, having a little sit-down fire here, capping off a High Lonesome 100 finish, sitting around a fire. I will say there's also a fire pit similar to this at Purgatory. I know this because getting there, it was very hard to leave as you are up at high elevation. It was cold, and you know, being around a nice warm fire feels pretty darn good. Sorry about that as well. Thank you, Chris, for the fix there. Mountain Outpost After Dark. Scottsdale guy here. That is my bad. Quick little heads up, though, on our female race. Rachel Entrekin, 96 minutes ahead of course record pace, leaving blanks. She has been cruising all day today, which is so cool. So this is before the race happened. Caleb put together a questionnaire for some of the runners to finish and let us know about some different questions that we just had for the racers to talk about on here. And Jeff was one of the ones that responded back to us. And really interesting piece that we have here is I kept on talking about this second half of the race that he had. And one of the questions that we had was, what part of the race are you most excited for? And what are you most worried about? And I'm most excited for the descent from Monarch and the Flowing Colorado Trail, the final 30 miles. It's the only new section of the course for me. Hopefully I can move efficiently. Holy crap, did he do that? That may have been new, but at that speed, that did not look like that at all. Really cool thing to see too with on here. What was your approach for training for this? Quads like Jeff. Love it. Using the quads you were given to get through there. I love this. All of the pacers having it. Even the crew. Oh, you love to see it. This is a heck of a team. They were all in on this. They've been out all day. You know, some of these pieces with these top runners too is you are just gassed going between each aid station to make sure that you get there in time for those racers. So they've had a full day as well. I mean, that is a great thing to keep on reminding yourself, to have quads like Jeff finishing in under 19 hours at this race. So cool. I do have to just call out Caleb on this, though. As we're talking about that course record being broken, I believe he said he was going to be getting a tattoo at the finish line if a course record was broken. That has happened on the men's side. I wonder if that means Rachel being ahead of pace. Does that mean that he might have to get two? And the even more fun part of this, Kelsey, his wife, gets to pick where this tattoo goes. Are we going to have Caleb start looking like Post Malone? Is this going to be a hidden tattoo? Is he going to get quads like Jeff as well tattooed on him? We don't know, but I am excited to see where this goes. Was talking earlier about some of his approach for this race too. Really planning his whole season around this to get ready for it. Did some shorter 50K races in Black. Did a harder effort at Gorge 100K, where he got to compete toe to toe with Ryan Sullivan, another racer in this race as well. In the last 2 months, he ramped up the vert to about 15K per week. I think that helped develop those quads like Jeff. And also, we just had F2 come through, going through Blank's cabin at 1:03 a.m. Kareth Arnold coming through there. Something really cool, too, that we're seeing. Top three females are also in the top 10 of this race itself. They are flying right now and doing great work through this race here. We look like here too, we are, just as a call out, coming up on the next cutoff time, 1:30 a.m. at Hancock. That is time out. If I'm looking on here, looks like we have surpassed that. So all of the runners that are out there right now, we should be good. We got Lost Wonder Hut as the next one. That is coming in at 4 a.m., which we'll be watching for. Like I just said, that next one is 4 a.m. at Lost Wonder Hut. Plenty of time to stop in there, get some homemade pizza for yourself. It is quite delicious. I made sure to take full advantage of that, hopping in there. I like to think of my food pyramid as a pizza itself. It is a great elixir during these training cycles. Oh, that is a really cool call out on there as well, from William Colt. Fun fact, this was our mom's first race ever in person watching Jeff. That is so cool to see, see your son perform at the highest level and crush a course record. And now just sitting around a fire, just hanging out now. I mean, this is just a testament to that training that I was talking about, that he put in. Looking just relaxed here after the race. He put together one heck of a race to put that time down. Now sitting around talking with everybody about it. It's so cool to see. Quick call out of that fitness too. Just a previous record split from blanks to the finish was 3:24 by Jimmy Elam in 2023. Jeff just did it in 2:57. So 27 minutes quicker in that section, which is just so great and just a testament to his strength through this race. The what?
You see the comment from Living in the live stream?
About his mom? Yeah, talk about it.
Sounds good.
All right, and we are back here for a short second. Just to let you know, we are going to take a little bit of an ad break. We are working on getting some communication on over to the finish line for you as well, so we can check in with Jeff and his team, give him some time to eat some food there and relax a little bit. So we'll be back here shortly after this commercial break.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Ultra. Stay out there.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
Howdy, everybody. This is Mountain Outpost After Dark here back. Just giving a quick update on where we stand on the field. So I think we've already seen and heard all around the world. We're going to start in the men's field. Jeff Colt finishing first in 18 hours and 52 minutes. Crazy time to see. It was awesome. Looked fresh as all get out at the finish line there, sitting around a fire. We even had Jeffrey Colt in the live chat saying what a performance to a fellow Jeff Colt. So in second place, we have Ryan Smith. We're expecting him here probably in the next 20 minutes or so, give or take how he's feeling through this section. He's left Raspberry at 12:51 and has been doing really, really good. In third place, we have Daniel Trape out of Denver, Colorado. He has left blanks. These next three runners after this have also all left blanks as well. We have James Schild, Cale Newby, and Luke J. They have all left blanks out to the sixth spot. Daniel Crespo and Michael Martinez have both left Chavano. So they're out of the high country. They're past Foose, looking good. That is men 7 and 8. And then in 9th and 10th, we have Joe Hewitt and Peter Brands, also rounding out that top 10 piece of the men's field here. But, you know, this is a stage in the race as you're feeling coming out of high country, getting into that rollier section. You're not out of the hills yet, but it's a lot less technical, a lot more fun running. So if you have the legs to you, there is a grip of men all through to about 20 that are battling it out here, that can really see anything happen there, which is awesome to see. So that is on the men's field. And over here, I think we're doing what everybody else is doing, that is up at 2 a.m. Mountain Standard Time here in Colorado, hitting that refresh button on the women's side too. It is so cool to see. Rachel Entrikin is leading the race. She left at 12:30 from the blanks cabin, her through here. The next second place female is Kareth Arnold, left at about 1:03. That's 30 minutes behind Rachel. Each next of these are about 30 minutes in between each other. Rachel Lemke in third place and Cecilia Williams in fourth place in the female field here. One thing that is cool to see, those top 4 female runners are in the top 10 overall in the race. We have a 50-50 split starting this race here too, and we're darn near a 50-50 split in that top 10 in this race as well, which is super cool to see. In fifth, we have Rebecca Orig, who has left Foose Creek. Probably could expect her in the next 20 minutes or so. And in here, and then the next, this is kind of a grouping in here in Foose, and these 4 runners with Rebecca Orig, Addie Bracey, Silke, and Amelia Boone, all just cruising through here right now. All these runners are very experienced in this and are having a great day out here, out of Foose's. Then also just getting into that next cluster here as well. Kind of let's see here. About F9 to 12 are also right all in that battle as well. Jackie Manard, Taylor Bacon, Grace Bomber, and Helen Payne are all in there. But I think that this is one of those things, again, in this stage of the race, there's still a lot of movement that can happen with these runners. We're seeing right now in Monarch some rain that is coming through. There's not too many big cells in here, but when you're in high alpine, can come and go pretty quick, or it can be a little bit of a lengthy battle with the rain. So we'll see there. Did also hear there was some rain at the finish line too. So I know we were talking about on the men's field so far that Ryan has left and making that last surge to get to the finish line. We'll see what that rain does as well as he's dealing and battling through that. So cool to see. We have some people from the UK waking up while most are going to bed here on the States. So welcome here to the live stream. We're going to be checking in every once in a while here, giving updates. There's just so much of a limited video coverage that we have right now to kind of keep on giving updates. But as we see it and as we see things coming, we'll be sure to pop back on here and give y'all updates there. Cool. We have Ryan Smith coming here, finishing M2. awesome job finishing. No pacer here. He did this solo through that section. No pacer through this entire race. Right at that 2015 mark. This is his third finish here at High Lonesome. Cool thing to see too. 2022 when he finished previously, his time was 20:58. So just 46 years young, getting faster. Again, another person, I said this with Jeff as well, but the training that we had on Strava was ridiculous. Really cool to see him. You got Jeff there chatting with him as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I was pretty pleased, actually. Pretty pleased I got to the road.
Cool. And we have audio coming through here.
Oh, nice. So you also got to witness that sunset. Yeah. Coming down in the Fuses. Yeah. Yeah, I was a little sad on that Colorado trail, I won't lie. I was a little sad. Not as sad as 2022, but a little sad.
Congratulations.
Boom. 3 times. Yeah.
Good on you.
3x. Hell yeah.
Why?
You want to sit down, Ryan?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, there's a peacock chair.
Fire over there.
Yeah. You're around tomorrow? Yeah. Catch up. Yeah. Enjoy the trip. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for hanging around, man. Absolutely. Yeah. Wouldn't miss. Yeah, I was a Raspberry when you finished. That's how far ahead you got. Exactly like the minute. Yeah. I think. Yeah. I looked at my watch. It was like 18:52. Super impressed. Way to go, Ryan. Yeah. Congrats, dude. Thanks again, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Great work, man. Are you chilly or hot?
Yeah, how much?
Right off the bat.
Just sits. Oh. Yeah, I had to work at that one.
But you were so far ahead of where you were previously, so.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, but just put my head down and did the work.
You were saying at Tin Cup it started to go south?
Yeah, it's a rough section on that road.
Really?
It's kind of hot, I think.
Is it dusty too, or?
Yeah, I think it was just kind of hot. So I got there and I was, a little delirious. Yeah, Brad and Lauren probably like to do. Yeah.
What about getting into Monarch? Because you guys were still fairly close at Monarch, but then started to really pull away from you at Fuses.
We were close at Monarch?
14, 15
That was it?
That was it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
And
like
then-
I said, my
but then-
Colorado trail was,
No.
it wasn't great.
Well,
It was okay.
You had a good year one year. What was
Yeah,
that?
last year.
First year? Yeah.
Hey, honestly.
I don't
Just, like,
I don't think you're not tough enough, man.
just gotta go.
Yeah. Jeff just started
Going.
just gapping.
I kind of had a thought. I was like, oh, man, Jeff's just killing us.
Yeah. I think it was he was 14 minutes ahead of you at Monarch.
Yeah.
30 minutes ahead of you at Fuses.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of damage control on the descent after the last time because I flew down too much and then I just imploded. So I kind of hung back a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, which I think paid off.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I can do this gear all for the day.
Well,
and I did, basically. So.
What did we end up at? Like 40 something minutes faster than previous back.
Pretty good. I was hoping maybe I could sneak under Chris's time, but no, not too good. It was 2011. He was up. Yeah, but I was pretty pissed. I ran the last section pretty hard.
Nice. What was best part of the day, lowest part of the day?
Running with those guys was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a good, we were chit-chatting. It's great.
It seemed like for for there was some portions where in the drone it looked like you guys were very like, you know, sometimes when they're in a pack it looks like they're racing, and you guys look like you were just running.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just chatting.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it was good.
You did beat Chris Hamas this time.
I did.
You did 2016-25 and you did 2015-04.
Oh,
dude!
good job! I
Congratulations!
Good job! I hustled. Oh man, I thought it was 2011 when I looked at my watch on the field. I was like, ah, damn it.
Oh,
that's funny.
1 minute and 21 seconds.
Ah, sorry, Chris.
I was bummed you couldn't be here though.
I needed some arbitrary goal.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
You know, just to like spur me. And I looked at my watch and Raspberry. I was like, okay, that'll be.
Slowcase doing great.
She's doing good.
Yeah, I saw. Or I only saw her once, but she's just plugging away.
Drink.
You want water or
seltzer or anything?
do we have any? No sugar, probably.
I'll just take water.
I can have soda.
No, I think just
Water?
oh. This race is so hard. So hard. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh.
Keep getting faster though.
Yeah.
What do you think it was running with those two that made you go that much faster?
Maybe. I was quite determined to that time. That was the main goal.
Well, I mean,
my time.
yeah, but you smashed your time though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if you saw Ryan Sullivan drop the Fuses.
Oh, Fuses?
Yeah.
Oh, so but down there. Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't having it.
Yeah, he was pretty slow when I passed him on the divide.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it sounded like coming into Purgatory, he was in rough shape.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yep, this race is out, man. Good God.
And Luke J.
Yeah.
And Scott Traer both blew up.
Did they?
Yeah, they like Scott slept for an hour at Purgatory. Luke came into Purgatory while I was up there a little bit behind Scott.
Yeah.
And he said, every year I get worse at this or something like that. Because he was way back on his normal time.
Wow.
But there is something, you're an anomaly for being able to like keep getting faster because it's almost always the other way around.
It is. This race is so fucking hard. That's cool on the track. Absolute crux of the race is blanks to Raspberry. Absolute single crux of the race. So much running.
It's kind of unrelentingly monotonous too. Same thing, except for that first punchy climb out of blanks. But
yeah,
you want more water?
Ah, good. Great.
Where are you sleeping? Where are you sleeping?
Back of that Airbnb right down the road.
Okay.
Yeah, it's where the dip is.
Okay. Oh yeah, Deer Valley.
Yeah.
Cool. We can.
Yeah, it's a quick drive.
Yeah. Well, we can drive you too if you feel like.
Yeah.
1 year. What was it? I think it was the year actually. The 18th when you ran. Mike Wolf was running, and I've never been more scared to see somebody get in a car and drive as I was when he was like, all right, I'm gonna go now. Like, what?
Yeah, just hang out for a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
You hungry at all?
Edge of further.
Well, we're outside, so
Oh.
Here on the screen, we have second place male Ryan Smith obliterating his time from his previous course record at High Lonesome with a unofficial or with a time official time of 20:15:04. Caleb said this on here as well. If you're listening to their conversation there, Ryan is one of the few people that comes back and actually goes faster. It's usually the other way around that you see on this race. Even on attempts to finish, there's a little bit of a caveat on people who it's their first time to second time to third time trying to finish this race gets progressively harder, as the numbers would show you. So Ryan did a heck of a job out there today. One thing that is crazy that he is doing through this race, no crew, no pacer. This was a solo effort by himself out there, just cruising through this race, looking strong. Interesting part too that you hear from these runners as miles in the middle of the race there at high alpine, going uphill, all those parts. The part that he said that he thinks the crux of the race was after blanks. So much running is what he said after all of that climbing and everything that you're doing there. So he's just, enjoying this now. Again, this picturesque setting that we're at, sitting in these couches around the fire with Caleb Efta. They have been buddies for a while now. I know we've talked about this survey of when you first, before you get into the race here. And one of the things that got him into this race, the first time that he heard about it, is he actually paced John Davis on his first attempt at the race. John Davis is the most finishing runner out here of High Lonesome. He's going for his 8th finish this year. So that's how he found out about this race. And has just been excited about it. This is his 3rd finishing and his fastest time that he has put down out there as well. One of the things that got a really good chuckle about this too is what will make you laugh no matter how deep of a pain cave you're in is if I complain, then just ask me if I've tried being tougher. That is one heck of a way to keep yourself motivated and keep going. And the grind that he just put himself through is so cool. And he is staying true to what's the first thing you're going to do after you finish? Sit down. He's doing a damn good job of it. He earned that. I mean, he put in so much work out there. I know he talked about some of the struggles is, balancing work, family, kids, all those things. It is so hard, but both parents training for this ultra, his wife Silke out there as well running, who is also doing no crew or pacers out there. Both very experienced runners out here and doing great. So cool to see Ryan come in at M3 doing so good. It is fun to see too of, these RMR shirts. It's fun to see in Colorado races and other races that are out there. They're so easy to pick out from the crowd there in a lineup. I know my cross-country coach used to do this. We had these jerseys that were this weird, muted, off yellow color that we would talk about. But, man, is it easy to pick him out of a crowd. And that's what he loved to do. And it's something that you definitely see with the RMR shirts, too. It's that bright green that's just easy to pick him out of a crowd. You got It's getting a little bit more to him. Seeing Ryan shifting a little bit around there. And you see this a lot with the runners here as they're coming in. You know, they've been fighting, they've been battling all day. They drop down from Monarch over that 10,000 feet. You drop down in elevation, yeah, it warms up a little bit, but it's still cold out there right now. We're about 48 degrees, so as they're sitting there, you're gonna cool off. That fire is feeling good. He's wrapping the blanket around him to keep warm. It's about an hour and 23 difference between these two, but it has been such a fun race to watch this whole day. It's been back and forth. They've been together for a good chunk of this race. Really cool to see. All right, and I think we're going to take a little bit of a break here, continuing showing the live stream here of High Lonesome 100, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Altra. Howdy, howdy, everybody. Just wanted to hop in here quick. I know we had just left you with this beautiful view of M2 Ryan Smith sitting here heating up, having some conversations, but wanted to give an update on the front of the field here. Rachel Entrekin and Daniel Trape are out of Raspberry 2 at the same time. Rachel came in 2 minutes after him, but they both left at the same time. So this is a final finish. These are the last aid station that they're going to see, and they're coming in through this together. So we got 7.3 miles left for them to for them to keep on crushing through this. Probably about 4 a.m. we should expect them to be finishing. This is awesome to see. This is one of those things that in ultra running, it's just like that pinnacle or that fun part that you really see the competition, the mind games, the pacing, all of that come into play here in this last 7.3 miles to go here. Just as a quick little call out of what they're going to do in this last section here. So no more 10,000 feet of elevation that they're at. They're going to gain just a little bit over 1,000 feet in this next section, but they're going to lose about 1,365 in that as well. So this is going to be a really fun race to watch here. About an hour and a half that we have left between those two here, leaving Raspberry Gulch for the second time on their way to the finish. Really, really cool to see as they come in here. We're going to keep on refreshing this and make sure that you stay up to date on here as much as possible. But just we'll leave you back to the soothing sounds here at the finish line with Ryan Smith. This is Patrick Bubba Kavanaugh with High Lonesome 100, presented by Mountain Outpost, or hosted by Mountain Outpost, presented by Altra Running. Howdy, and welcome back. Bubba Kavanaugh here with Mountain Outpost, presenting the High Lonesome 100, presented by Altra. Just giving everybody a quick little update here on our top 5 male and female. Kicking it off with the female race, Rachel Entrekin right now. She left Raspberry 2 at about 2:34. It's about 20 minutes ahead of course record pace. Cruising right now. So her and actually our third place male, Daniel Tramp, left at the same time out of that aid station. So got about 10 or 15 minutes till I look over here to my right and hopefully see some lights going up this hill here, up Curse Hill before they get to that finish line. So really excited. Going to keep on watching that as that progresses. So we'll keep everybody posted. Next, F2 is Kareth Arnold. So all of our top 5 females have actually gone through Raspberry. Oh, sorry. Nope, sorry. Our top females have gone through Blank's Cabin. So Kareth Arnold in second, Rachel Lemke in third, Cecilia Williams in fourth, and then Rebecca Orrig rounding out in fifth. So following that, on the men's side, we have 2 finishers so far. Jeff Colt setting a new course record in 18:52 flat. Ryan Smith coming in second. And then we do have, like I just said, Daniel Tramp just left. Raspberry 2 at about 2:34. One of the ones that we're expecting any moment here with Rachel. So they're battling it out right now, really through this last section, which is going to be really cool to see here at this finish line. Whose headlights are we going to see first? James Shield, too, has also left Raspberry 2 here recently at 3:22. So about 21 hours and 32 minutes into the race. And then rounding out the top 5, Cale Newby of Bemidji, Minnesota, has left Blanks at about 1:48, waiting for him to make his way into Raspberry 2. So expect any moment here, probably next 10-15 minutes. Either going to see Rachel or Daniel rounding out that top 3 podium that we have out here. Really excited to see this progressing, and we'll kick it back to us here once we see sight of them here soon. Great racing. Can't wait to see some more. We have some lights coming in here. Welcome back to the High Lonesome live stream. We're wondering who this is coming in. It was a battle between Rachel and Daniel. Let's see the end of the podium here. And that looks like it is Daniel. Finishing out the top three here from Denver, Colorado. First 100-mile finish. That is one heck of a time to put down here. That is amazing for a first 100. Holy crap. That is amazing to see. Did the 50-50, fell in love with this area, said he threw his name out there just to see and start kind of the lottery processing, and it got him in here first year. So look at that. Just so stoked, so excited about all of this. Congrats to Daniel on here. Believe he said he was gonna have two pacers with him. It was let's see here. So it's his younger brother and his wife Erin were going to be joining him, as well as some more of his family crew. So look at them cheering, excited about that finish. Still smiling. That is awesome. Looking at that final time at 51:51:49. I mean, that is impressive. He put in there, you know, his wife would say that he could do under 24 hours. He was just going to be happy for getting that buckle. And my goodness, did he break that. Awesome to see. He says that he loves the solitude of long mountain runs. There's just something about being at altitude and pushing yourself that feels incredible. It's just you and the trail in the mountains, and that simplicity that brings a deep sense of peace and clarity. I would say that he definitely pushed himself through this today. Such a great achievement. Congratulations, Daniel, on that top three finish here at the 2025 High Lonesome. And coming in behind here with the headlamps you see in the distance here is Rachel Entrekin, coming in as your F1. So cool to see this. Previous women's course record, 22:19. She is coming in well below. Never mind. That is a pacer that got dropped. Some of these runners feel really good as they are coming in. It's dark out here, folks. I am sorry. We do anticipate it, and she should be coming in here right now. There we go. There's another headlamp in the distance. Rachel Entrekin running on in here, keeping that stat that Chris Warden provided us, winning everything from 2022 on of the races that she's entered. First time at High Lonesome. She's definitely ran chunks of this race with her partner, Kevin Canaday, a 7-time finisher. Here she comes looking strong. I would be surprised if she's not smiling because I've never seen that. So she is happy. She is excited. That is your F1 finisher. in the button up. She did business today. Kicked some butt. Way to go. I think she's looking at her time going, did I just break that? Is that the time that I really just got? That is so cool to see. She is stoked out there right now. So cool. Here she is with Caleb, the race director of High Lonesome 100. In a finishing time of 21:56.16. Like we just said, previous record holder or record time for the women's field was 22:19. And yeah, 21:56.16. Awesome job, Rachel. So cool to see.
An hour, but you beat
I mean,
him,
we
though.
talk
Good
about
job.
the mental strong part of ultra
I saw him
running.
at 50.
I
He was
joked
looking
earlier,
good.
it's 90% mental and the rest is in your head.
Holy
Rachel
cow.
was
Yay.
vibing all day, smiles all around,
Yay.
having an awesome
Thank you.
time.
Thanks.
What a great job!
You know,
So
a dude
cool
owes
to
me
see.
$1,000 now.
And this has been
Some guy I was on a podcast
Rachel
with,
from the
so I got
start,
his course record.
which is so hard to do
Yeah.
as a runner. Is to run that race from the top of your
This is a
field.
great day.
Fourth place overall. Just
That's
an
good.
amazing job out there.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
I'm never doing this. So and I'm like, oh, he's crushing it.
Gotta frame that.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, cool.
He won't be Death March.
That's good. Well, we trained a lot.
There's a chair that Courtney sat in over there if you want to sit in this chair that Courtney.
No, I'm gonna run it back.
Come sit down.
Yeah. Okay.
How about that in a blanket? I would have used the chair.
Dude, that ball is worse.
So fun to see. If you're just joining us, this is your F1 finisher, Rachel Entrekin.
Yay.
We called her the Queen of Cocodona earlier. We're going to have to add some more nicknames in here. Just Queen. I mean, doing so amazing in every race that she has put her name into. And now cheers in with Daniel. They battled it out. They left that aid station at the same time before coming in here to this finish. It was nighttime. We didn't have video, so we didn't know, what was happening out there. We saw some of those drone shots earlier, and we could easily see where everybody was at, and this was kind of that question mark, but my goodness, did those two put on one hell of a race right there at the end.
That is pretty much.
I need to pay. I did.
That was my alarm of when I was guessing that you would come in.
Oh, seriously?
I mean, just to think when you look at it, over 100 miles that they just ran, and there's less than 5 minutes of a difference in there. It's crazy how great of a race these athletes just put on.
Probably. Did they say first race? No. You were ahead. So they were wrong.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're just motivating me.
Yes.
It wasn't Kevin this time, though. We got blankets for you when you do get cold.
Okay.
So. Dan, do you want somebody to look? We got like 3 doctors here. Do you want somebody to look at your hand real quick?
Oh, shoot. I got a matching set.
Oh, nice. I don't even feel this.
That's good.
Baby first run.
Thank you.
Really? Is it the first time you've ever ran the watch?
Well, it's my first race.
Nice.
Oh, I got 99.
This is your first race?
With this watch.
Oh.
With a watch, ever.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you guys came into Raspberry together, or like right on top of each other? At least?
Yeah, you came in right behind me.
When did you guys separate?
Dude, you hauled ass up that little climb.
Are you the pacer?
Yeah.
Nice.
And he hauled ass like jumped right out of Raspberry. First 2 miles I kept up. I'm like, dude.
Bye. Yeah, you were flying. Well, I only saw him and I thought he was like, go Rachel. And then also I saw Justin and was like, here's Dan. He's like, that was Dan. I'm like, what? I gave every juice. I could not get him, and then I like hopped in the car and got him.
Shit, I'm a pacer. She went down the wrong trail.
Oh my gosh, it was. I just could not. I was like, yeah, flying. Yeah, I would love to know.
I was flying down that hill, and I'm like, oh, I don't think I'll catch up to him.
Rachel, when you were coming down or going back up Laws, where were the ladies behind you? Carrot.
Less than a mile.
Yeah.
Where are they now? Where?
Carrot is still second behind.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Oh, where is she?
Yeah, it's about an hour.
Okay. That is kind of weird.
Which is still a hell of a race.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys were. I mean, it was.
Dude, I was
1.5
terrified of it. When I like, because I felt like I was hauling ass, and then I had that turnaround bit, and they were like right there. I was like, oh, okay. So this is how it is.
Rachel, whatever you need, let us know, okay? We got
Okay,
you.
I'm good. I just
Gus is
sit
right
in.
there. I'm right here. We got things for you.
This one.
I'm like fucked up at the moment.
Is that Gus Gibbs?
That is Gus Gibbs.
Yeah, it's my loop daddy.
Yeah.
You're Gus. You're Loop Daddy?
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
you had some excellent shots out there today.
There's some false information being spread on the
Oh.
Rachel being Luke Daddy.
Oh no.
He's Luke Daddy.
I could have used someone. Yikes. Yeah. I also like impaled myself with my pole.
Oh.
Yeah, like right in the butt.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Sharp end?
Dude, I don't think I like poles. I don't think the little
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna turn off the microphone real quick.
Turn off the noise. I like that, but like this is too big.
Coming back to you here at High Lonesome 100 from Mountain Outpost presented by Ultra. Right here sitting down, you got M3 and F1 of the race, Daniel Tramp and Rachel Entrikin sitting around the fire having a chat. Amazing race by both of these athletes here today. Daniel being his first 100-miler, doing the 50-50 Sawatch ascent and Westline Winder out here. Got fifth in that behind Ryan Smith, who was M2 of this race last year, and comes out and has one heck of a show for his first 100-miler. Such a great performance put on by them. So cool to see. Rachel, as always, very lucid, having fun on the chat around the fires there. Very open about the race and everything that goes on there. So they're having fun chatting right now around the fire. Also, just a quick shout out. They were talking about it around the fire. Gus Gibbs right behind them there too. Some great shots there with the drones earlier going up the head wall. And I guess he was just on a phone taking those as well. So, I mean, that was really cool to see as well. Again, new course record on the female side. Really stoked about that. We talked about Caleb had promised that if there was a record that was broken, he was going to get a tattoo at the finish line here. There have been 2 of them. So now there's the, dun, 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 what's going to happen? And Kelsey, his wife, gets the choice of where they go. So excited to see that. But so cool to see 21:56:16 for a new female course record here at High Lonesome 2025. Just as a quick call out too, we did pass the last aid station cutoff at Lost Wonder Hut, which was at 4 o'clock. So now all athletes are making their way to Purgatory. That Lost Wonder Hut climb out of there too is another big uphill, taking you up into high alpine area as well. That's the highest aid station that we have on our course, just sitting right around that 11,806 feet. The runners right now, you can see them bundling up. They've been running and battling out. Rachel and Daniel left at the same time from Raspberry Gulch, going out the gate there. So they were hammering this finish here. They were warming up. They were hot, working every muscle and fighting for this. And so now they're sitting. They're cooling down pretty quick. This is also a really fun time for these racers too, and something that Caleb really does a great job with every runner that comes through here. He wants to celebrate this. He wants to be there for the finishers, give you a big hug. He's put a lot of time and effort into this race, so he knows what it takes to cross that finish line. You saw that with the top 4 that have come through so far. He gives them a big hug. They've been sitting around the fire right now. He has a little extra time. When it gets a little bit later, gets a little bit more congested. It is a little bit more sparse of what he can do, but it's just cool to see them all chatting here, catching up. All of these athletes, it blows my mind that they put down these amazing times, these amazing efforts, and they just look fresh. They look ready to go. It's like, oh, we're just taking a little break here before we're going out for the next run. Just want to give a quick call out too when we are looking at the rest of the top field here. We do have out of Raspberry, we do have, it looks like James Schild, Kareth Arnold, Rachel Lemke, and Luke J. All out of that aid station. So really cool to see there. We had James leaving at about 3:22. Kareth right behind him at 3:34. So again, it is wild after 100 miles that we are having runners this close and so grouped together. Even in that next little bucket of Rachel Lemke, Luke J, and Cecilia Williams, they all left within less than 10 minutes of each other. 7 minutes separated them of leaving Raspberry 2, which is wild to see here. We do have 4 females in the top 10 right now doing amazing work. It is awesome to see here, putting on a show for all of us. I know we have the limited video shots right now. It's high alpine, it's big mountain running, pretty hard to get out there. Otherwise it would just be a blank screen or another tent to another tent. So thank you for joining us here on the live stream. there, coming back to you for the High Lonesome 100 from Mountain Outpost, presented by Ultra. We have some more finishers coming in here. Let us see who we have. Looks like a group which you are able to finish with others. And we have James Schild, our 5th place finisher, 4th male. Doing some great work out there. Hugs all around. That has been a fun, long day for him and crew and pacers. Hugging Caleb Efta here at the finish line. James doing a great job out there, rounding out the top 5.
I don't know, man. Like my legs just like held it together. I don't understand. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, the nutrition, like, I mean, I had trained a little bit with Maurten, but I had my own stuff, so I just like kind of switched off halfway through. Just as like, I'm depleted, crazy now.
Looks like
yeah. Like, I didn't even recognize him.
he has won the battle at the
200
end
miler
here.
finishers.
Oh yeah, within a week, right?
Great job, James, on finishing out of Morrison, Colorado. We have our top 5 all from Colorado. Various places up here, but top 5 out of CO. Getting that elevation training in and big mountain running. Getting on in there with the crew and pacers. Long day today. A sub 24-hour performance here is so impressive. There's been a lot thrown at these runners where you have, you know, the big elevation, the big climbs, those rolly finishes at the end. And then, you know, why not throw some rain in there as well and some weather. So they've been dealing with a lot throughout there today. So cool to see. We've got a finish time for him at 22 hours, 55 minutes, and 19 seconds. Great job, James. Congratulations on that finish.
Yeah, I bet you're going to be doing that for 2 days. Yeah, dude, no, where's something here?
He's enjoying that fire now too. Well, let's see if he goes in those comfy couches that we saw the other runners go through. There it is. That's a break that he deserves. 100 miles on his legs, going all the way to the finish here. Going up 23, total elevation gain of 23,300 feet. with an average elevation of 10,426 feet. So cool. Sitting here with Kaylee Efta, the race director, spending some time with the finishers as he tries to do with everybody.
Like so many good tips and tricks.
We're going to go to the audio around the fire pit here.
On the divide, we were trying to leapfrog in a little. And
I was like,
yeah, you came back to life.
I know.
Yeah. She should be coming in soon.
Yeah, 12 minutes behind you. Yeah, I felt really good. I passed her for Chavano.
Okay.
Those guys, I was so stoked. Definitely came close to Jacob.
Oh, really?
Oh, I came in there so hot.
Nice, dude. They might run next year. Yeah. I was texting emailing them before the race. Once you do an 8 or 3 sweet spot in race. Okay. But I only get 4, so like I have to like schedule it. Yeah. So like I was hitting up the people I kind of like said they wanted to run.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, you want to stagger it? And I'm like, we do our run together. We talk partners. Let's make it up to the aid station.
Yeah. There were 2. I mean, maybe we missed out 1 mile to go outside of Blake's or outside of Chavano.
No, there isn't. There isn't one there. There isn't one here. Yeah. Just because when I ordered signs, we didn't have Tinkup in here. Or Tinkup and Shadow. So we took one from here and put it to Tinkup.
I saw Kelsey last year, or last time I ran at Tinkup, just throw it up. I was really looking forward to seeing there. I was looking forward to seeing her.
But you were puking at Tinkup?
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, last year or last 2022, that really got me. Yeah.
This was like the perfect weather.
I was gonna say, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, the smoke clears, the temps were great. There was rain, but not storms. Like,
I mean, the poncho is like was the best thing ever. We're getting rain down at Blanks, caught the poncho on, and it was money.
It's nice for the rain. And I go through regular storm cycles, and it, like I would be warm in the sun, and then I'd get cold in the shade. I don't know, but it was probably like 10, 15 degree drops at least. So yeah,
yeah. Where were you all day?
Well, yeah, I spent a lot of time here at Conduit, Hancock, because of the metering stuff, just to make sure that was working.
Yeah,
and it worked really well, but it's between that and the front guys will be here.
Oh my god! Like, would they finish it?
18, 15. Is that a record? Projected. Yeah.
And nobody missed the turn or the Blake side?
No, that was Alex. We marked it extra hard this year because there's like a wrong way sign in there. And, what was interesting was like there was like Ryan and Jeff right out front.
Yeah.
And Ryan Smith his pass by 40 something minutes. Yeah, so
now look good.
No, and when he finished, he's the worst I've ever seen him finish. He was worked his ass off. But Jeff came in 48 minutes CR, and then Rachel did a 23 minute CR. First girl on the yeah.
When is Courtney gonna come in?
I don't know. I mean, she's still focusing on like the big international races. Yeah. She might as well get into that podium, stuff like that. So I think my suspicion is like when she's kind of gone through what she wants to go through, she'll probably be interested in driving it. But I'd love to have her. Oh my gosh.
I was so stoked when she was at the Westside Minder.
Yeah, that was such a wild. I missed the email that she needed to sign up, and then someone was like, "Dude, Courtney's in your race," and I was like, "Courtney Boyle," and they're like, "No, Courtney to Altra."
Yeah.
And then sure enough, yeah.
By the way, if you could like just go down with this break over both sides of Continental, I thought for sure everybody was that.
Really?
I was death march. Just
The conduit side is not always been that way. They're like super punchy in the boots. But the Cottonwood side, or sorry, the St. Elmo side, it's like keeps getting more and more trenched. And like sooner or later we're gonna have to rebuild the trails. Yeah. But yeah. Did you see the dozer or the excavator going up Antero? Is that up on the road yet? Yeah. No. Well, apparently after you guys were down, I guess one of the mining claims took literally an excavator and was driving up, and all of the, not all, but most of the aid station stuff got stuck and had to back up the road a mile because the dozer couldn't get over. It was too narrow, and then they can't get everything tipped. Yeah. So,
By the way, if you could like just take that road coming down Bruce's. Oh my gosh! Do you remember
wait,
that?
down Bruce's?
Bruce's road. Yeah, with the dozer. Oh my
the up top stuff, the low stuff.
Oh, the low stuff is great. Yeah,
okay, so like on the power line.
Yeah. Maybe that first like mile and a half. Why can't you go to the CDT there? I know
The Monarch Crest Trail has a restriction on events. So they don't allow events over 75. So we either have to go back to 75, use it, or use it. Yeah, originally the initial permit was to go out on that and then pick up the CT. So Crest to CT come to the same point. But it actually works better miles.
One last question on the course. Did you ever think about going up and over to Cottonwood? Taking a left, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a physical trail there. And the same trail the Forest Service you can build the single track Cottonwood.
Yeah.
But the upper half mile of the same physical trail is not being designated as a trail. It's just like weird gap.
It's not the CT there.
No. So it's an old mining road that goes to the CDT. And then the CDT is obviously the trail. But they won't let us use it because even though it is a physical road, it's not legally a road. And so they have to do what's called an off-system trail permit, which they don't do.
Yeah.
So I have a meeting with them in August to go up there and I'm gonna walk it with them and be like, this is a trail. You should let me. Yeah. And basically they'll probably say no, but every time they get a new district ranger, I do the same process over again.
We were wondering what you do for a living. I don't know.
You have a Kelsey too?
Yeah, my wife. Yeah. We were going through a couple of things. She's like, what does he do? Because he is like, he's got it. He has such a good background with like the weather too. That's what you're looking at. Oh no, she came to the meeting.
Oh no. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I like permitting. It's fun.
Yeah.
But anything with the course is fun. It's trail work, permitting, that stuff's always fun. It's like, honestly, this sucks the most. I'm trying to figure out parking. I was sponsored.
I had anxiety this morning. I fucked up my screwed up my bag too.
Oh, you got back?
Yeah, or my backpack because I was late. I got here like 4 or 5:15 and there was a huge line. So I was like scrambling and I just forgot a couple. Jumped out. Right?
Yeah, that's stressed out.
Or just, I mean, if it was like the Arevalo Basin parking crew or something, or the,
not somebody who's actually professional.
Yeah, because I volunteered that last year, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing.
No, we just got people bigger wands this year. Wait.
We are cutting to the finish line here. This is Bubba Kavanaugh bringing you the live stream here of High Lonesome 100, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Altra. Right now, we are anticipating Kareth to come on through. Kareth Arnold been doing amazing work out here. This is F2 very soon. We are sitting here in studio waiting to see the bouncing headlights as they enter into this field here. This is exactly where the runners started the race earlier today. They started here, followed this field, and started going down this nice, easy, fun hill. Great way to stretch your legs. That hill, its name changes as you run back up it to Curse and Swear Hill. After you have those 98, 99 miles on your legs, bring it in here. You earn that belt buckle at the end of this here. I had some choice words for it as I was going up there, as I'm sure all of these racers have as well. One fun thing, though, is we have seen a lot of smiles on these finishers. They have put in the work to finish this race strong. Excited to see F2 coming up here. Sometimes there's false alarms right in the background of here. So that hill that they're climbing up is just a 2-lane highway here. Not too much traffic, but it's right there in the background. So sometimes those headlights and headlamps can be confusing. We have been seeing some intermittent on and off weather here, but looking out from right here, we should be having some pretty good weather, it looks like. Yep, Anthony, Curse Hill, Swear Hill, all of the good things to get on up here. I know I let out a couple as I was going up. Just as a shout out to James Schild, our 5th place finisher, 4th male. This was his 2nd time finishing high-low, and it was just under 5 hours of a PR. Amazing time, amazing dedication put into this to finish that. I also like what he is going to tell himself when you hit a low point. This is fine. You just need to worry about the next 2 steps. This is supposed to hurt, and I paid the money for the suffering. Good way to kind of keep him trucking. Congratulations again to him on that finish. And does want to shout out Kelsey, his wife, as he's finished. And also his family, mom and it is kind of funny here where we're sitting. We can just see the crest of that last hill before they go up there. We're all just searching there for those last lights, waiting to see these finishers coming through here. We'll give a quick update on just the overall race itself. Looks like, actually, I'm going to stop that. Looks like we do have finisher coming through. That should be Kareth Arnold. Unless it's a weird car with 3 lights, I think we got our finisher. We got our F2. So great to see. You are able to pick up some others as you are finishing the race to bring you into this finish line. So fun to see. running in strong. And that is not Kareth. That is a change after Raspberry 2. Is that is Luke J. I am sorry everybody on that. That was a change that has happened in the race. What a finish by Luke J.
Yeah, Kevin. How you doing, man? Great, man. Came back, man. Oh, dude. How you doing? Max? Great job out there. I think your wife is right behind me. I just passed her. We're right.
There we got Caleb giving Luke J his belt buckle for that finish. That is a impressive finish to that race. And looks like we do have another runner coming in. I'm going to wait to see. You know, we are in this this dark light here, so it's hard to see who's coming through. I'm hearing drum roll to myself here. There we go. That is Kareth finishing out second female here. Amazing job out on the race today. Another Colorado finisher here. Amazing job. Looked great finishing. Getting the hugs from the family. This is a full, ultra for everybody. We can see others are tired here as well out on the field. They've been cheering all day, making sure they're fueled and ready to go. So great to see. With a finishing time of 23 hours, 16 minutes, and 33 seconds. Carrying strong, running really smart, and just so consistent through this whole day. Look at the smile from the family. Looks like we're bringing in more. It is a full endeavor, a full team sport here. So great to see here. One thing that'll be cool too, where I'm looking out over to the east, we are seeing the sunrise here a little bit, so we might be able to get this to light up a little bit out here to see these views. But this is a fun part of the race as well. You start getting through that whole night, you start seeing the sunrise, helps get that second wind, keep you awake, keep you moving. Kareth did not need that, finishing strong as F2. Congrats. Kind of fun to see too, if I'm looking at the top 5 here, both Daniel and James both ran the 50-50 race last year, as well as Ryan Smith, who was M2. So 3 of the top 5 were running the Sawatch 50-50. And get on those comfy chairs. You have deserved it. Great work. There we go. We're starting to see the mountains peak out there in the background.
Yeah. Yeah. I have yeah. So much to learn. Yeah. You just need time. You're so good at it. Oh man. Oh, hard time. Might be like I'll be hungry. Yeah, really took me out. Oh, it's a nice surprise. Water? Yeah. Yeah. Regular water.
This is Bubba Kavanaugh coming back for the High Lonesome 100. Brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Altra. Right here, we have our F2 finisher, Kareth Arnold. This was not her first 100-miler, but was her first High Lonesome, which is so cool to see. Volunteered in 23 and just loved, excited to start that. Found it to be everything that she loves in a race. It was so cool to see all day, just pushing. And no stranger to being at the top here. Winning Bear, third place in 25 at Way Too Cool, fifth at Canyons 100K. So she has been putting in a ton of work this year to prepare herself for this race, and it definitely paid off. Awesome job out there. Looks like we have another finisher coming in here. Solo runner. Oh, nope. But finishing really strong. I believe that is Rachel. Amazing job out there. Coming from Bozeman, Montana. That is your third place female, Rachel Lemke, doing amazing. Well-deserved lay down there. Making sure it saves for Strava. But amazing job. Again, another one of the runners today that was out in the top of the pack all day. So great to see. She put it all out there. Amazing job. We have our top 3 female finishers out here. So cool to see. Going for those comfy chairs. Second place female and third place female. It feels like a little campfire out there. Just pop a squat, sit on down. They've got the sun rising too. I mean, what a cool finish. Not only you're starting to see the mountains that you just ran through, all of that, also seeing that sunrise again. This race was just so fun to watch all day. Interesting to see too. Rachel and Kareth had actually raced earlier this year out at Way Too Cool as well. So first time running into each other out on the trails. Getting those fluids, getting the hot drinks in. And I wouldn't be surprised as, Cecilia Williams too. If she keeps pace, should be coming probably in the next 10 minutes or less or so. We did hear it from Ryan Smith earlier, though. That ending coming from blanks to the finish line, it's so runnable, but it's just so also it just beats you up. So although we talk about this of it should, these runners have 90 plus miles on their legs that they're getting into those areas, and some of it, even more, and that we're talking about. So a lot can happen through there. Fun part is this is a section that they do repeat a little bit as they get into Raspberry. It's on the Colorado Trail. So they are familiar as they get through Raspberry what they are going to have to go through to get to the finish line. From there, just think of everything in reverse. Remember, you got that one last big climb before you get into the field here for the finish line. A quick little question for the group chat that's out there. I know we're seeing a little bit more activity. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Always cool to see. I know we've had some people from overseas tuning in, starting at the early hours for us, and for them as well as we've had some people staying up late with us all day. Been cool to see that. Like I said, coming around the world here, we got Paris, France tuning in, which is awesome to see. Welcome to the live stream. Again, so cool to see, as the sun rises a little bit, it's going to give us a little bit more opportunities for filming. We saw those beautiful drone shots and things like that out on the course and in the field. We're going to get more of that today, as well as the sun rises, to really show these mountains as well, and show the trails of what these runners are going through here. You start seeing it in the background. The mountains are peaking. You're seeing that in the background, which is really cool to see. We got Torrance, California, New Hampshire, watching from Austria after a long run. So cool to see. Gus Gibbs, shout out also in the chat here, giving us some great footage that was out there earlier. Well-deserved shower there for you, Gus, post getting us those pictures and those shots earlier. Holly coming in from Bemidji, Minnesota. So cool to see. Had a lot of cross-country training runs at Deep Portage Lodge out there. So shout out to Bemidji. Cool to see. Minnesota. We did have Kale Newby from Bemidji running really strong all day as well. Pennsylvania coming in. Pennsylvania with the smaller mountains and endless rocks helps out with a lot of that technicality that's out here, making sure that the runners pick up their feet. We got Nathrop just right down the road here. Cool to see. Right in between BV and Salida here is awesome. The Catskills Mountains in New York, a nice little getaway. Got the city living, get out of there, get to the Catskills, really cool area. Got Chicago, Midwest representing. Cool to see. You know, we are looking at a lot of these front runners. We're seeing a lot of CO, Colorado, Montana, but it is cool to see. You got that lone Minnesota in there, which is cool to see through that whole run piece there. We do have another runner coming in. This is exciting to see. I believe this may be Cecilia from Leadville. Bib number 227, Cecilia Williams, our 4th place female coming in. So cool to see. Great job out there. Caleb Efta, the race director, giving a hug. Giving that kudos. I know him and all of the volunteers that are out there have done everything they can to make this race perfect for these racers. Big hugs all around. And a well-deserved belt buckle. Coming back to you here, just saw our 4th place female finish, Cecilia Williams from Leadville, Colorado. Great job out there battling. 9th overall place in this field. This was a tough field that you really had to fight all day for. Awesome to see this mix here in the front of the pack. Yeah, somebody get her a chair, maybe one of those comfy couches here. I think we're going to take a short break here to cut to commercial on here as well. Great job to all of these runners so far. Amazing job out there. I'm Bubba Kavanaugh with High Lonesome 100, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Ultra.
Focus, exhilaration, euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Ultra, stay out there.
Whiskey is the highest evolved spirit that is made in the world today. To me, it's the perfect drink. It tastes like the grains it's made from. It comes from 4 basic things, right? Grain, water, yeast, and barrels. It's the simplest kind of thing. The location of where whiskeys are made as an influence on their flavors. We're situated, or happen to be situated, in Colorado. Great place to make whiskey.
Every day, I open 7,000 feet for Salida, Colorado. Here, we are about community. Running here is more than putting one foot in front of the other. You run in the footsteps of those before you, next to you, and after you. Running in this small mountain town means being part of something greater than yourself. It isn't just the shoes, it's where the shoes will take you.
Howdy. This is Bubba Kavanaugh back at you with High Lonesome 100 live stream brought to you by Mountain Out. 4th place finisher Cecilia Williams, doing an amazing job out there. It's been a really cool race all day. You're seeing on that very far left point of the cam right now, that's over by Ontario, where they had to go up and over in the beginning of the race. So just beautiful views that we've been seeing throughout the day here are coming back. Thanks for y'all for tuning in with us throughout the night. I know a lot of that was some of the aid station tents, but being in the mountains, being in high country, sometimes those are more difficult, but trying to bring to you the race every step of the way. This is a 37-hour cutoff for this race. We're going to be with you all 37 hours of this race. Do need a shout out to multiple groups here too while we're waiting for some runners as well. Shout out to the film crews that have been out there all day, making sure that we're getting these shots, making sure that we're getting these live streams so that we can see runners throughout the race all day today. The drone work and the film work at the aid stations throughout the race has been phenomenal to really show the beauty of this race. It's something that, we've seen a lot of racers not only run High Lonesome multiple times, but also another one of Freestone Endurance's races, the Westline Winder and Sawatch Ascent is another one that's right. The Sawatch Ascent is right here on this course and part of it, and people keep on coming back for more. I said this earlier, but I believe it was 3 of our top 5 finishers actually did the 50-50, which is a 50K on Saturday of the Westline Winder, a really fun, runnable race out here in Buena Vista, and then coming back the next day on Sunday to run another 50K, going up the Browns Trail and coming down. It's called Little Browns Trail. That is what they went up today in High Lonesome. They go down that in the Sawatch. Don't let that name Little Browns fool you. That is a butt kicker of a hill. So shout out to all of them. Also, have to shout out the aid station workers that are out there as well. They've been doing these all-nighters as well, making sure these runners are getting in and getting out, getting everything that they need. Been doing a phenomenal job. Some of them are even sitting up at some high elevation for long days. So even if you're looking at like Purgatory, for instance, it's 11,800 feet that they're just sitting at all day. Any of those aid stations between mile 25 and 67, those are all over 10,000 feet. So appreciate not just them, but all of the aid stations that are out there. You had St. Elmo that also had to be with all the runners that were, double time on that of going up and over Laws Pass, all of that time. So appreciate everybody out there making this live stream and this race all come to fruition. Right here, you do have our F2 and F3 finishers. Great to see sitting around, probably sharing some stories about the race with each other as well. Looks like we've got some phone calls going on as well. That's Kareth Arnold and Rachel Lemke there. Amazing races today by these two athletes. And this is something too that's always interesting in these big races or these long races, that you're going through a lot of different terrain, a lot of different elevations. We're seeing right now that they're around a fire. We're like I said, 37-hour cutoff. So later in the day, it is going to heat up. Things are going to change, and kind of what everybody's going to need is going to change. So always interesting to see what athletes do to get through this and finish strong here. And I did see Shirley tuning in from Scotland for her son Patrick, bib number 82. He is doing really well today. As another fellow Patrick, go by Bubba though. No, it makes it easier. But being in BC, he has some mountain training here. He's left Blanks, making his way onto Raspberry 2. So shout out to Patrick there. We are getting a lot of people from the East Coast here in the Midwest. Starting to see some people in the this Mountain Standard Time waking up, seeing Grand Junction, checking in as well. So cool to see. We got Florida checking in for those big, right before a big run in those hills of Orlando, Florida. One thing about ultra running is if there's a will, there's a way to train for these things and get yourself prepared. There's plenty of parking lots out there that I know a lot of those Florida runners will hop in and just go up and down those to get that vert training in. This looks like it's Raspberry 2. Now, it's always interesting to see how you treat Raspberry 2. So this is the second time that these runners will see this. This aid station here, it is mile 92.7 on the course. And on there, they got 7.3 miles to the finish, and they just went through 9.6 miles from Blanks to here. So it is a bit of a trek, but it is, that kind of aid station that you look at that you go, get and go. You're so close to that finish line. You know what you have to do. You get out of this aid station. There is a small little bump up that you did earlier to get into this aid station. And then following that, you follow this fun little downhill. Does get steep here in a couple sections, but with some switchbacks. But, you have a creek right next to you. It's beautiful. And as you go through that, you get onto exit the Colorado Trail and hop on a Jeep road that will start taking you towards these hot springs by us as well. And that takes you to that last climb of Swear Hill, that last little bit before you take it into that field to finish this race, get that belt buckle and a big old hug from Caleb, the race director here. So we're sitting by waiting to see runners come in here. As we're seeing people from all over the place, we've talked a little bit about wildlife that we've run into in the race. Now that it's not dark anymore and we're going to, scare anybody or give them nightmares here, what is the most interesting or funny or scary thing that you have run into while out on one of your trail runs? And can be that, or heck, even just throw something funny in there. This shot here is Raspberry 2, as we were saying. This is a section that you start getting a little bit more comfortable. Nice single track here, but those little rocks that were so nice and easy to maneuver around, you're now got over 92 and a half miles on your legs. You're making sure you're picking up your feet and getting through here, but this section is very runnable if you have those legs on you, which is really cool to see. Also a welcome after, a lot of big climbs through the beginning part before Monarch here. While we're waiting here, we're keeping eyes out to see next runner to come through here. Do have a piece on here too of volunteering. I will just shout out that is one thing that is a great way to experience this race firsthand. There's everything from working at the aid stations, helping out with setup, tear down, all of those things. Heck, one of the great ways to experience this race too is doing some sweeping duties as well on there. Actually get your feet on the course. Great way to see that as well. And it's one way to also give yourself a little bit of extra help here in the lottery. This race is becoming more and more popular on there, and get yourself ready for the lottery there, and just make sure you finish a 50 miler for yourself. And there's a couple other ways for the lottery system of how to qualify there that can get you into the race. So just give a quick little update for those joining too of what these runners have been going through for this race to complete it. This is a 100-mile race, average elevation of 10,426 feet. That's on the average, which is amazing to see these athletes performing so well at. High point is 13.1 thousand feet out here. That is that that Antero pass that we see. Oh, do we have is there another finisher coming through here? And that might be Daniel Crespo from Leadville. Let's see here. No stranger, just talking about the elevation. Leadville, definitely up there, highest city in the U.S. here. stoked to be finished. Got a whole crew cheering him on. He's got one thing on his mind, and it is that chair right now. He just cruised it on into that finish line. That is an amazing effort here from Daniel Crespo. Getting himself a top 10 finish at High Lonesome. Amazing job out there. You know, this is great to see these runners put so many hours into training. You know, hours out on the trails, you know, times that you want to spend with people and things like that, and you're going out and getting your runs in. It's an emotional thing when you finish these races. So cool to see. He cruised on in here, went right to that chair. You know, he was putting it all out there. Great to see. There's that well-deserved belt buckle. It is a really cool belt buckle, I have to say. Got the the logo here that you see up on the top left. That is well-deserved. So cool to see. 10th place finish, 6th male for Daniel Crespo. Amazing job out there. So he is, this is not his first 100 though. Did say he is from Leadville, Colorado. And he did the Leadville 100. We are at Raspberry 2 right now. And I believe that's Samuel Delgado. I believe I remember those shorts. Sometimes it's always interesting to see the clothing changes as you leave that high alpine. Do you keep the long sleeves on? Where do you stay? Outfits change. So from when we started this at 6 a.m. yesterday, there has definitely been some changes. That is 11th male there. And let's see here. That is that Rebecca making it in to Raspberry? Is she already? There we go. Rebecca Org as well. Into Raspberry 2. She is 5th female currently, 15th overall. Local here, knows these trails, knows what she has left on this section here. Amazing job by these two runners. Now, looking at this, they got 7.3 more miles till the finish. We are, oh, psych. I thought we were out. But, you know, you want to make sure you're fully fueled for this. Although you're close to the end, you got to make sure you fuel yourself to get there. So let's see if we see these two leave together. They are out. Look at that stride leaving. They are leaving at the same time here, getting out of Raspberry 2. That is the pacer psyching up their runner, letting them know they are on their way to that finish line. Last aid station before that. So cool to see here. This is, 22,500 feet of gain coming into Raspberry Gulch 2 that they have. They have about 1,000 feet left of gain coming in or leaving this aid station here, and about 1,365 of loss going through here. Look at this spread. They make sure that they are ready to go. It will be interesting as this goes on of what all runners take, what we get through here as well. As you get to this stage of the race, things will fuel you differently, sound better. Do have to shout out Maurten too on fueling this race as well. Making sure our runners are properly fueled. Got that on the left side of the table here. They've been doing a great job of making sure that that is all set up throughout this race. Even, I'm getting my days mixed up. I wanted to say yesterday, it's 2 days ago now, that we did the race briefing for all the runners. They were giving away fuel that day as well. So making sure everybody is properly, nutrition and ready to go. You got both the solids in the front here. Think of it almost like a Rice Krispie bar and some gels behind there. A little bit of a different consistency that I feel goes down so well on these races as well. Easy to take down. It's definitely a different mouthfeel in a good way to take that down in a race and make sure to keep you properly fueled. Their local team here as well for the Maurten team has run this race. So they know what it takes to fuel for this entire thing. It's one of those things that the sponsors that are here are, not just by chance. They're people that know the race. You see that big bottle in the background as well. They do have their liquid calories as well. Shout out to Maurten too, to keeping us fueled and getting to this finish line as we keep on going. Also, just a shout out to Anthony Org here too on the chat. Looks like you've also been doing some crewing duties, and now you're doing some live updates here on the field for us. So appreciate you doing that, helping us, keeping us on top of our game here and calling it out. This aid station team just cooking up food, making sure we got some of the warm food here too. They never stop. This was an aid station earlier on in the race as well, and are coming back through here now too. So some of these aid station workers, work the first day, come back. It's a full event for all of these workers here. So just shout out again to all the aid station crews that are out there. while we're doing those shout outs too, we're gonna also just shout out a couple of the other sponsors that we have here too. Law's Whiskey House has been a sponsor since the beginning. We saw after the first big Antero climb, there's that Law's Pass. They are up there. They got the big barrel sign up there, which is so cool to see. You know, they have the no shortcuts mantra on there too. Really cool. High Lonesome 100 bottle from Laws here. We got Foose's Creek here, a really nice aid station, very well welcomed by the runners. This is the next one after you leave Monarch. So just as a quick course profile or just overview on that as well, as they leave Monarch Pass, that is up at 11,300 feet. They start dropping down there into Foose's. That is a loss of just under 3,000 feet that they go through in 7 miles. So let's see here. Do we have missed a bib number there? But you know, after trekking down that downhill there, you stretch out your legs a little bit. I was succumbed to this too. I looked at the elevation profile on this race. You look at this and you go, I got it. It's smooth sailing and flat now. You run right into a wall right after this. You'll cross on over the highway, and there's still a little bit more of climbing and some rolling hills out there. So good to fuel up here as well. Also, shout out to 7,000 Feet Running Company based in Salida, Colorado. We've had Andrew, the owner of 7,000 Feet, here on the live stream earlier today. Always brings a stoke and just make sure that he's one of those guys that can just always uplift you there. Great shop there in Salida, right in downtown. Cool little community. It's one that I just showed up once unannounced, not knowing anybody, and they just make you feel like you're part of the family there. I even remember one day, maybe some of these runners will take it up, is having some compression leg sleeves on after a big run. And in one hand, I had a beer. In the other hand, I had a dog that I was petting. I can't think of a better way to celebrate a post-run finish. So shout out to 7,000 Feet. Awesome running store and a great sponsor here at the race, High Lonesome 100. Looks like we got another runner in here, possibly. Is that 96? That might be Christine O'Gorman. It looks like we got some clapping coming our way too. More runners coming in. These aid station workers are always clapping. They're always cheering. We saw in the beginning of the race, you know, especially at that Raspberry aid station where a big cluster of people came in. They are efficient. They get you in, they get you out. Something cool about these aid stations and aid station captains are multiple High Lonesome finishers out there as well. These aid station captains know what these runners are going through in each of these sections of the race, what they've done to get here, and kind of what to get them in and get out of this. And also, it's nice to give the runners an update of what they're going to experience as well coming up. So really cool to have hands-on experience from the aid station workers and captains at each of these to keep the runners going. This is the shot of the finish line here. You have Mount Princeton in the background here. Chalk cliffs on the kind of the middle of the screen. And in that left-hand side, it's starting to see that Antero climb that the runners went up and over the pass over there earlier in the race, hitting that 13,100 feet as a high point of the race. Early on, that section is just 16.9 in. Well, sorry, 14.7 miles to hit that saddle. Always cool to see this view here. We have elapsed by 11 minutes a full day. We are over 24 hours. This is a cool section. We're starting to see, that sun is rising. It's getting up. Runners are able to take their headlamps off. That sun rising really brings a second wind to a lot of runners here. You just trucked it through the nighttime. Getting through all these difficult passes here and are being awakened now by that sun. So cool to see. Oh, and we have a finisher coming in strong. This is a fast little finish here. I was just talking about that sun waking people up. They have definitely done that here. Is this Joe? I believe that is Joe 190. 11th finisher, 7th male. That was a screaming finish to that race from Fort Collins, Colorado. Awesome job out there. Shout out to the Pacers, too, keeping up with him on there. He was trying to drop the hammer on him. Awesome finish. Belt buckle. Amazing work. The ever popular shot here with that finish line, Princeton in the background, smiles all around. So great to see. Shout out to the photography crew too out there, making us look our best while we're out running. As you see them out there, make sure you take a big smile or make sure you're running there. If it's on camera, it means it happened the whole time. We have seen a lot of smiles coming across that finish line so far. Joe, just like I was saying, finishing strong in 11th place so far, getting that chair. sometimes that drop feels so far away as you've just climbed up over 23,000 feet of vert. So crazy to see. Sharing some conversations now with the pacers here in crew post race. Now that he doesn't have to focus on finishing. So cool to see so many people right around that 24-hour mark, which is one heck of a feat here at High Lonesome. Not only do you have that full aid out there on the course, they do have some food there as well for all of the runners as they finish the race as well coming in. Finally get to sit down and enjoy that. He said there are 3 people that would be with him. Is Catherine, Chris McDermott, Elijah Flellner, and he is looking for a crew from Fort Collins to join him here. Being local, well, not local, but right in this Colorado area here. Not many people or not too far to travel to come see him. Speaking of that, with the Colorado being local as well, top 11 finishers so far have been from Colorado, except for Rachel Lemke from Montana. Shout out to Bozeman. We are back at now at Foos here. They're keeping me on my toes, making sure we've been up all night here. We kicked it off on my shift here at midnight. So we're keeping things going, keeping the mind fresh. This is on a nice little flat part after that Foos descent, which is really nice. just to have a little bit of a break here as you continue on the Colorado Trail. Yeah, we did talk about that that section there from leaving Monarch to with even go through a section accurately named Satan Slip and Slide out there. If it gets wet, there's been some big downpours. It is an accurately named section of this course. I think we should be good this year. Was a little wet, but not too bad. And as they make that descent down just under 3,000 feet, going from Monarch Pass, here, what we are showing on the live stream. Looks like we have a runner on the chair right now. Looks like this might be Kelsey McLean here that they are helping out in the aid station, getting the fuel refueled, ready to go. If you're just tuning in, this is High Lonesome 100 live stream brought to you by Mountain Outpost, presented by Altra. Before I was going through the sponsors, and I believe one that I did miss also though was Osprey bags here. It's been helping people get into the mountains to find adventure. Great company. They've been working with Hilo for a little bit here. Please correct me, somebody in there, for how long they have been working together. Great packs. We've seen some out there on this race, getting those athletes to the finish. Also cool to just have a company based here in Southwest Colorado. Also, Death March Running Company was born between aid stations at the 2023 High Lonesome 100, somewhere near mile 70. I feel like that's pretty accurate with a lot of ultras of trying to remember that exact spot on there. Those hallucinations kick in and the trail doesn't give anything back. So cool to see. this gear is built to suffer through a whole thing, a whole race, cold at 3 a.m. and the heat in the at mile 90. Appreciate them all out there. We're doing some improv here in studio. As the sun is rising, we're talking with the runners, you know, going through this as well. we're improvising some shades to block the sun from us as well. Make sure that we can watch this live stream and keep this going for everybody out there. Trying to see a bib number here. This is Raspberry 2, the last aid station before you make your way to the finish line. Is that Jason? Nope. Trying to work on getting a eyes on a bib number here. Quick answering some questions in the chat while we're looking for that. Yes, this race is out here in Colorado, up in the Sawatch Mountains here, in between that and the Arkansas River out here by Buena Vista and Salida, Nathrop, Colorado. And quick calling out these finishes that we've had are amazing. We had 2 course records this year in both the men's and women's field. So you know, there's some talk through here that Caleb said he would get a tattoo on Instagram at the finish line if the course record was broken. We had 2 of those broken. It is fun to see with the race director going through with this. So Murray, just to appease you and make sure I don't mispronounce it, I'm just going to go with BV. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm the current out-of-towner from Scottsdale. Yeah, crazy to see on here too. We were talking about those new course records out here, breaking 19 hours. Jeff Colt in 18:52 flat. So impressive on the race that he put together out there this year. That second half of the race, I mean, he was charging, and we got another runner coming in here. Oh, that looks like it's Jason Murphy from Salida, a local. That is the 12th male right now, sitting currently. He, if you go to the High Lonesome Instagram page, you can see some great photos of him here, going through the heat of the day, now making it through the nighttime. You know, these racers go through so much and experience so many highs, lows, literally and figuratively, with the elevation and mental. Got the crew there, though, getting them in and out, getting rid of that headlamps, which is part of the required gear. Jason, coming from Salida, knows this last section here really well. Been out on these trails before. Had 9th at San Juan Solstice this year. So big race there. 2023 Sawatch Ascent men's winner in that year. That is going up to that Antero saddle that they do in the beginning of this race and going down Little Brown's Trail, which is what they went up today in the race as well. giving the eyes a little refresh. You've been up for over 24 hours right now. It's like we're in middle school again, trying to do these all-nighters, but now we're doing it as adults. And also, why don't we throw 100 miles in the mix now too? Shout out to all of the crew members too that are out there to help these athletes get to the finish line and achieve their goals. These runners have been up all night and running it, but these crew members are getting in the car, driving around to these different aid stations, some of which are pretty remote. I got a couple, questionable comments of where the heck was I sending my wife and crew while they're out there, but they did great. And the same thing with all these crews. They've been up. They're trying to prioritize the runner, where they also need to prioritize themselves to make sure everybody is going to make that finish line. Let's see here. We got Foos aid station. Oh, is that 72? Bib number 72. That is Maurten's from Denver, Colorado. Welcome to Foos. Welcome to the lowlands. Getting out of that elevation and getting yourself on down to just a measly 9,100 feet, as well as I think that's 107. Seth Friedley from Longmont, Colorado. Also, welcome to Foos here. We're going to start seeing some of these bigger clusters coming in as I start looking at, the aid station departure times and arrivals here. We're going to see some clumps here. There is a call out ultra split or open split time. Let me quick throw this into the chat. You can go on here. We're trying to catch runners as they're coming in. If you cannot, here's a link that you can utilize to go follow your runner, see where they're at, how they're doing. It's been great. The comms team and the aid station workers are making sure that these are being entered and communicated over to all of us. Here is the top of Swear Hill. We got the chalk cliffs on the left. You got Princeton right in front of you. They are remembering this climb. This is hard to call who it's going to be. There were a couple runners that left that Raspberry 2. But it is, you hit the road and all of that memories of over 24 hours ago, you were floating down this hill. You put in the miles, you had the taper, you were feeling good, stretching out the legs, and now you're going in that reverse direction uphill. Coming up here, they'll go around this bend, and just in a short while, there will be the opening to the field that they start at and also finish. They are making their way home. They can smell that whiskey bottle at the finish. Excited to get there so far, but you can saw some of that on the turn there, some of the grounds that they're going to be coming into. also shout out on these drone footages as well. It really captures this race in itself too. You can see there is that turn. The crowd should see them shortly. The crowd that starts showing up here too. We saw it for the top finishers that were coming through, and we're just going to see it get crazier and crazier. It's so cool to see how much of the field sticks around. Pacers, crew, runners, volunteers that have closed up shop, cheering these runners on as they come in to finish their 100-mile race. Get that belt buckle. So much work that they put into this race to prepare for it. I mean, that view is just stunning out here. We've got the wheels turning. They're burning. They're ready to go. They're ready to get to those comfy couches that are at the finish line. We're looking back at Antero, what you went up and over on that saddle. So cool. There's gonna be a quick little right-hand turn here that they'll be making, and they will go to that finish line. That is a strong finish after what they have just endured and gone through. Greeted by the family. You love to see it. Gotta put a smile on your face, seeing the family after doing this big adventure, this big goal, finishing it. Heck yeah. Is that 70? Let's see here. It's 72? We are working to get you. That is an RMR shirt. That is Peter Brands from Newark, Colorado. I know I butchered that one on there. But that is a great finish coming from him out of Raspberry 2. Strong finish in there. Oh, heck yeah. You love to see it. We've talked a little bit about that Colorado Trail as you leave. Blanks, Raspberry 2. If you have wheels and the legs to go, you can definitely make up some time on there, which is so cool to see. And that's exactly what he did on this finish. Shout out to Peter. Way to go. Got the hugs going all around. Getting rid of the waist belt. Let's work on getting this man. Oh no, we're getting the photo ops. Let's get everybody in there. There it is. There's the whole crew coming in, doing the work to get. I saw Pete, so maybe it goes by Pete, getting him to the finish line here. Awesome to see. Pete put in his questionnaire that we sent out to runners. What made you pick High Lonesome? Just quick, simple, right to the point. It's the dream race. So cool to see. Got Blank's cabin coming in here. I think this is our first drone shot from this location. Mile 83.1. This is what M2 we caught on the fire pit chat post race. Say this was the crux of just, if you have legs, this area is runnable. And Ryan Smith was just saying you have to run a lot on this section. So we'll see how the runners, what their legs are feeling like from here to carry them all the way to Raspberry 2 and then bring them on in home to that finish line. Quick little thing with Pete too. The two pacers that he had. This was his first attempt at High Lonesome. Always nice to have those veterans out there with you, so you kind of know what's to come, what's to be brought for you. So cool to see that. We see a lot of the racers out here have done a lot of previews of the race, whether it's doing some of the other Freestone races that are out there, or just coming out here early and exploring this. That is one thing that I recommend anybody in this chat to do, and just tell your friends too. These trails are amazing. On the left hand side there, I believe that's a trail that they come down from Purgatory. Monarch should be on our right hand side as they descend and get into that Monarch aid station. Definitely a welcome after hitting about your second highest section of the race. And such cool views. We saw some of those runners running through this area here at night. It was a dream to come back last year after running this race, to run this in the daylight and just see the absolute beauty of it. The views do not end. We have another runner going up Swear Hill here. That last climb before the finish line. You gotta love the running here. I mean, these two shots together are so cool. You got the fitness and the runner making their way up that road right now, get themselves to the finish line and seeing, I believe that's Monarch Pass still. So great. Shout out to the trail work that is also done on these trails out here, making sure that they stay clear and clean. You know, that is one thing that is required of this race, is to do some trail work that's out there. I believe it's 8 hours of trail work that is done. So cool that, you know, we give back in the races, and then also just the volunteers and the workers out here. I know Caleb, I believe, puts on 1, maybe 2 volunteer trail work days, work on the course. You can come out, see the race itself, run some of the trails, while also getting that nice and ready for you on race day as well. This runner is looking great on the right, going up Swear Hill. Looks like they're just about to that turn to make it towards the finish line. Here we go. Bring it on in. That is a healthy looking stride. That runner knows where to go. They remember this from the morning. I do have to say, though, this is still an open field. Got to be careful where you're placing your feet here, but this is nothing with what they've just gone through. Making this easy breezy. Love it. Such a great job by this runner, finishing strong all the way through. We saw them going up the hill as well. We call it a hill. I know that is different in different areas of the U.S. I remember growing up in Minnesota, what I would call a hill. I would call what they just went up a mountain, being from there in the flat. That is just a nice little hill for them to go on up. We are making that turn to go towards the finish line. Awesome job on the film crew on there. Here we go. It's at 180. Michael Martinez coming in for the finish. Great job out of Monument, Colorado. That is our 13th finisher of the 2025 High Lonesome 100, 9th male overall. Got Caleb still out there greeting the runners, congratulating them on this race. Getting those belt buckles sorted and ready to go. What a great finish by Michael Martinez as well. Here we go. This could be Cale Newby. I'm trying to back 24 hours ago when I was kicking this off here yesterday. He had the button up on, was looking fancy. You know, here to do business, just talking about Minnesota and the flatland and doing work. Let me know, anybody in the chat, if you know if that is Kale. I am going off of lack of sleep and 24 hours of memory here to get that, but this is a strong finish. Those pacers are cruising him in. Skirt. Nope. No. Stop. Stop. We are seeing the red flags. We're getting confirmation that's Kale out there. Got the bucket hat. Bemidji, Minnesota. Good old Minnesota. They did miss a turn. We are hoping somebody can direct him the right way back. He just finished that climb. Hmm? Hmm? Is he? Okay. We're actually hearing he did not miss a turn. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, we are good. That is a mistake on my part from the drone footage there. There we go. Taking it into the finish line. Representing Minnesota. Come 10th male finish. Heck yeah. Great job finishing on there. Kale had one heck of a day out there today. Getting ready for that picture. I mean, look at that crew. We got people in the chat as well shouting it out to him. Had others coming in from Bemidji as well earlier. Theo is saying that it's a 23rd birthday for him too. And I do need to make let's see here. Kale Newby does have that Bemidji, Minnesota on there, but he is currently living in Leadville, which that does help out with these high alpine mountains. He did trade in the Minnesota hills for the Colorado mountains out here. Cool to see that he did do some long runs up in Duluth. Another great 100-miler out there, the Superior 100. Those Superior hiking trails are great training grounds for some technical footwork too. So cool that he was able to get out there and do some training. congrats on that finish. Did have a question if he was the youngest. We have one other 23-year-old, also, funny enough, named Kale as well out there. Cromar is also 23 from Sandy, Utah. And then you do have Ryan Regans, though, as being the youngest athlete out here at 20 years old from California. We got Scotty T here on Blank's cabin, it looks like, taking his time in the aid station. And that is Callie, I believe, with him as well. His partner, Callie, helping him out. Scott is one heck of a runner out there. Started off super strong. Recently moved from Scottsdale up to Prescott, Arizona, getting a little bit more elevation up there. And then also he did just, him and Callie did come up here and train at elevation for the last couple of weeks to get ready for this race as well. But going back to that finish line, yeah, congratulations and happy birthday, happy belated birthday to Kale. Go out and celebrate, get some food, enjoy it. You did an amazing job on this race today. Congrats. We're looking at Monarch Pass here. So we talked about this a little bit before. This is just after mile 67.7. This is a section that brings you down to Foose. Some nice switchbacks coming up here that you go down. So it looks like, I believe they've already done, I've talked a little bit about this earlier. There's just a slight little hill to get out of Monarch, the aid station there. It's a parking lot for the ski hill that you come into. Go quick up the hill, and then you're back on this here to take you down to Foose's. These views are just absolutely incredible. Oh no, actually this, I'm mistaken. This is, I believe, taking you into Monarch then. Scott in the bottom right, just looking cool as a cucumber out there. I have to say, I had some of the my family watching the live stream. I took over the TV at the Airbnb, and one of the things that we saw that kept on cracking us up was the level of stoke that Scott brought back to the aid station teams as well. While he's leaving out of the aid stations, he was cheering, he was clapping for them all. Just a fun guy out there. Okay. Yeah, we're going to do a quick stream swap here. I believe if you just keep it on the channel, it should change automatically for you. So if you see a little interruption, that's what's going down. So thanks for sticking with us.